nailed to the grave. Some of you trembled when you saw them. I was inspired. I couldn't sleep. I was
talking, you ain't saying
nothing.
Had them knockers out in the field, they man hunting. They gotta emulate our brand. The thunder loud, can't turn it down. You ain't saying nothing, nope. You ain't saying nothing, nigga. You ain't saying nothing. I hear you talking, you ain't saying nothing. Had them knockers out in the field, they man hunting. They gotta emulate our brand. The thunder loud, can't turn it down. You ain't saying nothing, nope. You ain't saying nothing.
You niggas some actors. Hit one of them bastards in the back with a hatchet. When I'm gripping the mic, it's like having a kitchen knife in the sleeve of a jacket.
Our sessions tonight tackles a dual prolonged controversy: the identity of the Godhead. We are here to argue that the God Yahweh is not an indigenous Canaanite deity, but a foreign import, a nomadic warrior from the south who was not the original God of Israel. We will examine the Kenite hypothesis and the ancient shift from Canaanite El to the Midianite Yahweh. We will bridge the gap between the ancient history and the English pulpit by breaking down the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text, and discover how that has become the twin pillars of the King James Bible. Are we reading the original word or a carefully curated reconstruction? Let the evidence speak. The Colosseum is open. Let the debates begin. Peace, panel, Titans fans, Titans. So today we're going to have a open panel. We're going to discuss a few things. I have a couple things I want to show you guys, a couple videos you probably go over and watch. Give a brief understanding of the Levant area. We're going to talk about the Textus Receptus. We're going to talk about the Masoretic text. We're going to talk about Deuteronomy. We're going to talk about Yahweh. We're going to talk about El. We're going to talk about it today. So I'm going to watch a few videos, like I said, and I'm going to open up the panel a little bit later and see what you guys think. So you're more than welcome to jump on the panel as well. The link is in the chat while we go over some of the videos, so we can comment as we go, so we can keep everybody involved throughout the process. So the link is in the chat.
Shamra, the ruins of ancient Ugarit, sits just inland from the coast of northern Syria. It's a relatively low-lying hill and only about 800 meters from an excellent harbor location. Around it is a fertile plain that extends northward to the foot of Mount Zafon, is bounded to the east by the Alawi mountain range, which itself tapers toward the coast near the Nar es-Sin, a river which frequently demarcated the southern border of Ugarit from its southern neighbor, Siyanu. The territory around Ugarit was in many ways prime real estate, and so it's no surprise the remains of the site go back to the Neolithic period, or the 8th millennium.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities for more customization, more time, and more growth.
By 7000 BC, the site had a substantial agricultural settlement, though it declined in significance during the Chalcolithic period. This may be related to the arrival of new ethnicities at the site, which disrupted the existing Neolithic settlement. This new period exhibits similarities to the Halaf culture, which is known from northern Mesopotamia. In the 4th millennium, a period where the Ubaid culture thrived in Mesopotamia, settlement continued at Ugarit, and copper use is first attested at the site. By 3000 BC, in the early Bronze Age, the settlement was first truly urban. Walls and densely packed urban construction appear, and mud brick construction gives way to more stone construction, and copper and bronze manufacturing increases. Evidence of trade is seen, particularly with ceramics, with Cilicia and Syria and northern Palestine. Ugarit was in contact with the kingdom of Ebla, one of the great powers of the early Bronze Age. Records at Ebla mention a city, Uggara'at, which some take to refer to Ugarit, though this is disputed, as it is not clear what the early Bronze Age city was called. It may have been called Ugarit, but it may have had a different name entirely. It's not clear because by 2200, the early Bronze Age city at the site was abandoned, marking a distinction between the early Bronze Age city and the later Middle and Late Bronze Age city. Now, this corresponds with other episodes of abandonment and collapse around the Near East: the end of the Old Kingdom of Egypt, the decline of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia, and the destruction of the First Kingdom of Ebla. Ugarit is not mentioned in the sources of its neighbors between 2200 and 2000 BC. The Sumerian Renaissance of the Third Dynasty of Ur makes no reference to the city, which, paired with archaeological evidence, suggests it was abandoned during this period. The Third Dynasty of Ur itself was destroyed by the arrival of a new group of people who would shake up the entire Near East, especially.
Okay. So we see where we're at in history, right? So I just wanted to give everybody a good idea of world history and geography-wise, where everybody is at and what's going on, simultaneously throughout the world. According to the map, at this point in time, we're looking at Amorite stocks, right? We're going to look at these in this area right here where the red is at, that's stretching from Mesopotamia up into what would be known as modern-day Turkey, all the way down into the Levant area, all the way down into Africa, into the Nile Delta here. This area where I'm showing with the map. These are Amorites. So these are the foundations of the Levant, or what will be known as the Levant area.
Yeah, Ugarit. Around 2000 BC, Syria, Mesopotamia, and even Egypt saw the rise of multiple Amorite polities. It's not entirely clear where the Amorite homeland was, though what is now central Syria seems most likely. These nomadic tribes moved throughout the Near East and established new polities with new ruling dynasties, including at Ugarit. In many ways, this is the beginning of the city of Ugarit. The city we know that was named Ugarit goes back to this Amorite foundation. But Ugarit maintains no records of its own during this period, what is called the Middle Bronze Age. It does appear in the records of its neighbors, though, and between the records of its neighbors and the archaeology of the site, we can sketch out the rough contours of the history of Middle Bronze Age Ugarit. Other Amorite kingdoms were either established or flourished during this period, which were dominant over Syria. The three major Syrian powers were the kingdom of Yamhad, based at Halab, modern Aleppo, the third Mariot kingdom at Mari, and the kingdom of Katna. All were Amorite kingdoms from at least the 19th century. Ugarit was ostensibly incorporated into the kingdom of Yamhad and likely shared a border with Katna. Further, it's not clear how Ugarit was administered at this time, if a governor or some kind of administrator from one of the dominant polities ruled, or if a local dynasty of kings ruled, even if that king was only nominally or even functionally not independent. The Ugaritic kings of the later Bronze Age, it seems, trace their heritage back to this period, but it's not clear if this ancestry goes back to a king, a noble family, or a governor who became a king. The Amorite inhabitants of Ugarit are associated archaeologically with a number of distinct material markers, such as the wearing of torques or circular metal necklaces. And originally, some structures at the site were dated to early in this period, but these have largely been downdated to either the end of the Middle Bronze Age or the beginning of the Late Bronze Age. Excavations have revealed a large amount of Egyptian artifacts, particularly 12th Dynasty artifacts, including statuary with the names of 12th Dynasty pharaohs on them. Some have suggested Ugarit was subject to Egypt in the 20th and 19th centuries, but this probably stretches the evidence, as some of these Egyptian artifacts were intentionally mutilated, suggesting they may have been looted from their original context and arrived in Ugarit as an early form of antiquities trade or as loot from the Amorite Hyksos dynasties of Egypt. Additionally, there are friendly references to Ugarit from the contemporary Amorite kingdoms of Yamhad and Mari. And while Ugarit does not feature much within the history of either Yamhad or Mari, it does appear in one particular episode where Zimri-Lim, the king of Mari and son-in-law.
And this is so interesting to me, and this is why I love maps, right? Because through the maps we can actually see what's going on. So if we look here where the brother's starting at in Mari, he's talking about the journey of Zimri Lim, right? And how he's going to start here in Mari, which is Amorite. He's going to go up through here to Zilkon. He's going to try to go over. He's going to go over here into Yamhad, which is Turkey, which is later Mitanni land, and which is later Hittites, right? And then he's going to go down here into Ugarit. But what's interesting to me is biblically, this is the same route, same journey that Abraham would have taken, or probably did take, leaving here from Mari, right? Going up into Zilkon, going up in here into the green area to where his brother lived, Haran. Haran is here located in the green. And then, of course, from Haran, he went down into the land of Canaan, into Ugarit. So that was something that just caught my attention off top.
Of the king of Yamhad visited Ugarit. Dozens of letters were written while en route, and so our knowledge of the itinerary is unusually detailed. This journey was significant for multiple reasons. At a pragmatic level, to the Syrian kings, Ugarit represented a
We see references to Yaku in the green here. We see references to Yaku. Let's go.
wealthy port and key for accessing commercial ties with Egypt and to the west. At an ideological level, marching to the sea was an important ritual act which symbolically represented the king as the regent of the storm god, overcoming the sea and the forces of disorder. And Ugarit was an ideal place to make this symbolically charged pilgrimage. The Syrian kings stayed at Ugarit for a while, but if they recorded much of the city, we no longer have access to it. There is no mention of the king or even what commercial goods Ugarit specifically was trafficking in. Ugarit was simply the locale where various commercial transactions with foreign delegations, which are recorded, took place. While letters between Halab and Mari, dating to later in the life of Zimri Lim, note the man of Ugarit, likely the king, wanted to visit Mari, it's unclear if this ever happened. Ugarit, it seems, was an important city in the beginning of the Middle Bronze Age, but certainly not on par with major centers like Halab or Mari.
EVE Online is a vast universe. Alive.
In the latter half of the 17th century, Syria underwent significant geopolitical changes. Mari was taken by the Amorite Old Babylonian king Hammurabi, and Yamhad began to decline in power and its vassals asserted independence. In northern Syria and southern Anatolia, Hurrian speakers began to coalesce into a formidable coalition. And most notably, in the second half of the 17th century, the old king Hattushili I all but destroyed the kingdom of Yamhad, despite not conquering Halab itself. This was accomplished by his successor and grandson Mursili, who not only destroyed Halab, but marched on Babylon and sacked the city in the early 16th century. And during all of this, Ugarit goes unmentioned, and there might be a reason for that. Archaeologically, it appears the city went into a decline in the mid-17th century until the end of the century. It was not entirely abandoned, as some of the important infrastructure remained in use, and only around 1600 did it again become an important urban center. During the 16th and 15th centuries, Ugarit was apparently independent. In Syria, Yamhad saw a brief resurgence, but was eclipsed by the kingdom of Mitanni. The Hittites retreated from Syria for a time, and Egypt was dominated by the Hyksos dynasties in Lower Egypt. Ugarit was apparently largely uninvolved in the wider international intrigues of the latter part of the Middle Bronze Age. It was never fully brought into the Mitannian Confederation, and its more Amorite character continued despite its decline. In the latter half of the 15th century, the 18th dynasty in Egypt expanded into the Levant, but make no mention of localities west of the Alawite Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Egypt and Mitanni seem to have settled on the Orontes River as a more or less permanent boundary between the two empires, with Ugarit technically on the southern side of the river, and so within the orbit of Egypt.
So this is why dates are so important to arguments, right? in chronology. So if you look where we at right now, we're at 1388 BC, right? There is no Israel in this Levant area at all. There's no such thing. Just want to keep that in mind right now. There is no such thing as an Israelite right now. But what we do have is Amorites, right? We do have Amorites. All of this is Amorite stock, right? Let's keep in mind we started with the kingdom of Mari here, and then we started with the kingdom of Yamhad right here. Ugarit, the kingdom of Ugarit is Amorite as well. All this is Amorites. Let's go.
This situation persisted until the re-entrance of the Hittites into Syrian politics early in the 14th century. With a
So those Hittite kings that we down here are in Egypt at this very moment, they're Amorite stock. They are the elite of the Amorites. They are these kings that came from Mari. Now, honestly, the Moors, right? The people who are claiming the Moors, this would be a good argument for them to be able to show that M and that R, right? They love that M and that R to show how the Hyksos were Moors because they were Amorites, right? That would be a good argument.
Détente between Mitanni and Egypt, the Hittites were careful to only show aggression toward Mitannian areas of influence without direct aggression toward Egypt. This did not stop overtures from both the Hittites and Mitanni toward the commercially minded and functionally independent Ugarit, though. But should Ugarit side with either the Hittites or Mitanni, it would surely upset the other side, and Ugarit would face reprisals should it choose poorly. So faced with an impossible choice, the king of Ugarit made a third choice, to formally swear fealty to Egypt. From the 14th century to the end of the 13th century, Ugarit and its history are available to us in a way it simply isn't for other periods. This is in part because excavations have found large amounts of tablets, all kinds of documents from economic, diplomatic correspondences, letters, to mythic and religious texts. With these texts, we are able to reconstruct much of Ugarit's political history, as well as to understand important aspects of Ugaritic culture. These tablets are written in an alphabetic cuneiform script, which is apparently unique to Ugarit, aptly called Ugaritic. This language is part of the Northwest Semitic group of languages, with the closest linguistic link being Amorite, with languages like Canaanite and its dialects being a bit more distantly related. The texts we have from Ugarit date to sometime after around 1360 BC. This seems to be because a fire in the royal palace occurred sometime around that time, and in the repair, any existing records were discarded. The records we currently have date to the time after this repair until the destruction of the West Semitic group of languages.
I like to refer back to this chart right here. So it shows the Northwest Semitic groups, Ugarit, Canaanite, Aramaic, and Amorite. And then we see Hebrew, Phoenician, Moabite. All these groups are going to have the same linguistic cognates, and all these groups are going to have the same lexicon. They're going to share the same Canaanite lexicon. Let's go.
With the closest linguistic link being Amorite, with languages like Canaanite and its dialects being a bit more distantly related. The texts we have from Ugarit date to sometime after around 1360 BC. This seems to be because a fire in the royal palace occurred sometime around that time, and in the repair, any existing records were discarded. The records we currently have date to the time after this repair until the destruction of the city around 1200, giving us approximately 150 years of well-documented history from the end of the Late Bronze Age. It is from these records, as well as records from El Amarna in Egypt, that we know Ugarit came to be a subject of Egypt. This is apparent in a letter from the first firmly datable king of Ugarit, Amenemhat, where he pledges fealty to the pharaoh, either Akhenaten or his father Amenephis III. He makes reference to a threat to Ugarit, but the letter is fragmentary and do not know to which enemy he is referring. It may be in reference to aggression from Abdi Ashirta from Amuru, but this is not likely. Instead, Hittite sources refer to a campaign by Tutaliya near Mount Safon on the northern border of Ugarit's territory, which may be a better fit. In another letter, a Babylonian king references Ugarit in relation to diplomatic marriages. If the letter is meant to be taken literally, then there is a chance an Ugaritic princess was married as a diplomatic marriage during the reign of Amenhotep III. Egyptian artifacts at Ugarit from this period may be taken as evidence of those close ties between the two royal houses. This changes under Amitamru's successor, Nikmadu, called Nikmadu II by modern historians on the presumption that the seal from the Middle Bronze Age, which refers to a Nikmadu, is the first king of Ugarit named Nikmadu. It's not known when Nikmadu assumed the throne, but given the extant texts, we know he was a contemporary of Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. Ugarit maintained its relationship with Egypt. And there is an Amarna letter wherein the king of Ugarit requests a physician from the pharaoh. Some have suggested this would be an inappropriate ask for a vassal to request from his liege, which may point to Ugarit being within Egypt's sphere of influence, but not really a vassal, perhaps only nominally aligned with Egypt. What may be most likely is that Ugarit continued to prosper as a commercial trading center, and Egypt likely didn't want to hammer out the details of the relationship too harshly, lest Ugarit alter their deal and close their ports. Basically, the money was too good for the pharaoh to insist on the observation of proper protocols. This generally amicable situation lasted until the mid-14th century, when Ugarit signed two separate treaties. The order of the treaties is debated. What was most likely the first treaty was signed with the new kingdom of Amuru. Independent of Egypt, his land was suddenly a target of both the Hittites and Mitanni. So he and his son and successor Aziru needed a peace treaty. He appealed to the Hittites to become a Hittite vassal and then turned north to Ugarit to settle a treaty between the two polities. The treaty is in form a treaty between equal parties, but the stipulations favor Amuru. Ugarit pays a large sum of silver, and in return, Amuru renounces claims on Ugarit's vassal's territory. This kind of mob tactic, pay up and we won't hurt you, was kind of par for the course with Amuru.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base 44. This is a...
Shortly thereafter, around 1340 BC, Ugarit signed a treaty with Shupilliuma I, one of the greatest of all Hittite kings. Shupilliuma sent a letter to Nikmadu II and asked his help in attacking rebellious vassals, Nukhashe, Mukish, and Nia, and promised assistance to Ugarit in return. From this point, Ugarit becomes a loyal Hittite vassal. But this was not without costs. A letter found at Ugarit, called the General's Letter, written in Akkadian, not Ugaritic, asks for reinforcements to guard a pass in Amuru. The context for this letter is hotly debated, but during the reign of Akhenaten is most likely based on linguistic analysis of the text. Suggestions include that Ugarit was anticipating an Egyptian military response to them joining with the Hittites. Or maybe Ugarit was anticipating a military invasion from the anti-Hittite coalition they found themselves suddenly opposing. A possible reference to this is made in an Amarna letter. This letter is from the king of Tyre to the pharaoh and is a report on current events. He notes that a fire struck the palace of Ugarit and that half of it is destroyed, but no Hittite soldiers were present. The palace of Ugarit was renowned, and the very same king of Tyre was noting the largesse of his own palace by comparing it to that of Ugarit. So its destruction, even half of it, was noteworthy. But how to understand the lines in the letter is debated. Natural disasters like earthquakes may be culprits of fire in the ancient world, but the reference to Hittite soldiers suggests simultaneously that the Hittites were decidedly not responsible for the destruction, but that the destruction was not natural. Instead, some other source for the fire is to be sought. A plausible reconstruction is that this letter dates to the time of the so-called First Syrian War of Shupilliuma. This war saw the subjugation not only Mitanni, but the majority of its vassal states in Syria. It's possible that while Shupilliuma fought Mitanni across the Euphrates, some polities like Mukish, Nuhashi, or Nia raided deep into Ugarit, even burning the palace, and that there were no Hittite soldiers there to defend Ugarit. Shupaliuma did rescue Ugarit, and the city emerged otherwise unscathed from the First Syrian War. Records of the treaty signed between Ugarit and the Hittites show that Ugarit owed large sums in tribute, though no military assistance is stipulated, and their border with Mukish is clearly delineated with a list of 42 toponyms. Shupaliuma campaigned again later in his reign, taking Carchemish and thus finishing his conquest of Syria. Carchemish became a major Hittite center, with the leader of Carchemish acting as viceroy in Syria for the great king of the Hittites. Niqmati was succeeded first by his son Archaba, who ruled only 2 years, contemporary with the 7th through 9th years of the Hittite king Mershili II. He is referenced in only a few short legal texts at Ugarit, in one of which he warns his brother not to marry his wife after he passes. And this may suggest he knew his end was near. Perhaps he was ill and died from some kind of health-related problem. But many historians believe he sided with a pro-Egyptian revolt with other Hittite vassals, and he was deposed by the Hittite king. Support for this theory comes from a treaty between Mershili II and Archaba's brother Niqmepa. This is all speculation, as the actual circumstances in which Archaba died and Niqmepa assumed the throne are not known at all. We do have the record of a treaty between Niqmepa and Mershili, which again confirms the northern border between Ugarit and Mukish, but also removed Ugarit's client state, Siyanu, from Ugaritic suzerainty to the king of Carchemish, again, who was the viceroy of the Hittites in Syria. While this decision was made, it took a long time for it to be settled on the ground. Border skirmishes and land disputes between Ugarit and Siyanu continued throughout the 13th century. Why the Hittite king did this isn't known. It could be because the kings of Ugarit only gave a half-hearted response in Hittite efforts to suppress rebellious vassals. This was not just a hit to Ugarit's prestige, but the treaties with the Hittites and Amurru both required substantial amounts of tribute, and they now had even less territory from which to pull in order to fulfill those obligations. As the Hittites were partitioning their vassals in Syria, the Syrian states worked to ally with one another. Niqmepa allied with Amurru by marrying an Amorite princess. This princess, and best-known queen of Ugarit, was named Ahatmilku. She likely arrived in Ugarit while still a young girl, around 1314 BC, when she was betrothed to the king of Ugarit. She had a long and storied career as queen and queen mother. In fact, she lived so long, some scholars think there may have been 2 Ahatmilkus, as if there was only one. She must have been in her 90s when she died. And this brought Ugarit and Amurru into closer relations, with Amurru again playing the dominant role. Ugarit was wealthy and commercially minded, while Amurru was a rougher land whose primary export was mercenaries and trouble. Early in the 13th century, the 18th dynasty in Egypt ended. The young King Tutankhamun died, and a new dynasty took over shortly thereafter. Along with that came a re-evaluation of Egyptian non-aggression in Syria. And this culminates in the famous Battle of Kadesh, which led to the Hittites consolidating their control over Syria.
Mind you, all of this kills a late Exodus, right? It kills a late Exodus because we don't have any Israelite city-states so far within the Levant, right? So this is what we have historically.
Yeah. The polities of Amurru and Kadesh, being at the border, suffered greatly during these wars, while Ugarit remained largely unscathed. The Hittites and Egyptians eventually settled a peace treaty, which brought further prosperity to Ugarit. It sat on the intersection between all the great powers and mediated trade between all of them. And this proved incredibly lucrative for Ugarit. It was the port of entry for Egyptian grain that was so desperately needed by the Hittites, and Ugarit then played a vital role in the sustenance and maintenance of the Hittite Empire. This is evident in the many legal cases Ugarit brought to the king of the Hittites, wherein the great king almost always sided with the king of Ugarit. As other Hittite vassals in Syria were stripped of autonomy in favor of favored kingdoms like Carchemish, Ugarit was again left unscathed during the 13th century. Ugarit was largely left to its own devices. Ugaritic elites didn't adopt Hittite cultural customs, and Hittite texts were largely absent. Despite centuries of vassal status, Ugarit remained culturally distinct from their overlords, something we don't see in places like Amurru. But Ugarit was not without troubles in the 13th century. Several lawsuits from neighboring kingdoms and from Ugarit itself indicate that highways and roads were not altogether safe. Merchants were often murdered and their goods stolen. Hostages were taken and ransom was demanded. Foreign kings wanted access to Ugarit's markets, where they could get dyed wools, fine garments, bronze goods, oils, and other fine wares, but they lamented the lawless situation the Ugarit was either unable or unwilling to fix. Most of the troublemakers were semi-nomadic tribal groups or the socially unsettled like the Sutians and Apiru. It is apparent that as Ugarit's commercial capabilities increased, its militaristic capabilities declined during the 13th century. And dynastic issues were a problem as well. Amith-Tamru II was the son and successor of Nikmepa, but this came only after significant disputes. There were 3 brothers who claimed the throne. Instead of one killing the other, Ahatmilku, the wife of Nikmepa and future queen mother, negotiated the exile of 2 of the brothers, her sons, with Amith-Tamru taking the throne. The brothers left to Alashia, modern-day Cyprus. But Amith-Tamru continued to have issues. As his father had done, Amith-Tamru married an Amorite princess. The marriage was not to last and ended in divorce, of which the fallout is discussed in 15 separate documents between various political figures from the time. The reason for the divorce is not stated, but both adultery and palace intrigue are possibilities. The princess returned to Amuru with her dowry, but left all her belongings in Ugarit. But Amith-Tamru was still not pleased and demanded the return of the princess, so justice could be served.
She left all her shit. She was like, I'm out. He probably was beating her ass. Look, even back then, she was like, look, I ain't finna put up with this shit. I'm finna go back home. That's crazy.
Served.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
Her brother, the king of Amuru, knew this would mean sending her to her death, and so he refused. The 2 kingdoms were on the brink of war when the Hittite king had to intervene between his vassals. He negotiated the return of the princess, but for a price of 1,400 shekels of gold. Amith-Tamru could have his revenge, but he would have to pay handsomely for it.
So look, he made him give her back, but he made her give him 15 million in gold. That's crazy.
Amith-Tamru was succeeded by Ibiranu, who was succeeded.
So let's stay right here. Because we see this word here, Ibar, Anu, Ibar, right? Dated at 1235, 1225 BC in the Levant, right? So this is not Israel, right? This isn't anything with Yahweh or anything like that, but we are identifying the word Hebrew here, right? Ibar, and this is his name, Ibar Anu. So I would translate this word as the crossover, or one who crosses over, or the someone who crossed. Ibar Anu. We would pronounce the word in English as Hebrew, and then we have the Anu. So that's identifying him as the group that he is, and the ethnicity of the Hebrew, someone who crosses over. 1235 BC. And these are he's a Ugarit king, he's an Amorite king. So he's an Amorite, he's of Amorite stock, and his name is Ibar. Let's go.
By his son Nikmadu III in turn. These kings continued the commercial enterprises of the kingdom, and the territory was largely static. But letters from the Levantine coast make reference to the many misadventures of Ugaritic merchants. In one case, Ugaritic sailors offended the storm god of Sidon. The Sidonians demanded their heads, as well as their impalement. But the king of Sidon felt some luxury goods from the king of Ugarit would assuage the divine wrath just fine. Beirut embroiled itself in the continued border disputes with Siyanu. Ugaritic merchants in Tyre owed substantial debts that went unpaid and required several letters to be sent to ensure collections. And the Tyrians complained about the high tolls they owed at Ugarit. The king of Carchemish had instructed Ugarit not to venture much further down the coast than Tyre, but there is evidence of Ugaritic contact with merchants from Akko, Ashdod, and Ashkelon. Ugarit had friendly relations with Elisha, as evidenced not only by the textual evidence recording the trade between them, but the high volume of Cypriot ceramics at Ugarit and even a whole oxide ingot at Ras ibn Hani, an important town in Ugarit's territory. There is no strong evidence of commercial ties with the Aegean, which may be related to Ugarit's status as a loyal vassal of the Hittites, who had their own geopolitical differences with the Mycenaean world. The Hittite world grew increasingly fragile, and with it Ugarit's position in the world. During the reign of Ibranu, the Hittites went to war with the rising threat of Assyria. The Assyrian king Shalmaneser and his son Tukulti-Ninurta waged war against the Hittites and sent letters to Hittite vassals, including Ugarit and Amuru, to woo them to the side of Assyria. Instead of forcing the issue, the Assyrians campaigned against Babylon, sparing the vassals from picking sides. Under Nickmadu III, relations between Ugarit and the Hittites, including their representative at Carchemish, continued to deteriorate. Nickmadu is chided by the queen of the Hittites for not sending adequate tribute. The king of Carchemish sends a similar letter, and given the economic prosperity of the city, this cannot be due to an inability to pay. The Hittites were clearly on the decline, and polities like Assyria were on the rise. Ugarit was left to navigate a path forward in an increasingly uncertain world, with new challenges and unexpected threats on the horizon.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just...
The final king of Ugarit was Amurapi, who took over after his father died. The final years of Ugarit are some of the best documented in the entire history of the kingdom. From the texts, it is apparent that the decline of the late Bronze Age world was well underway. The collapse was not entirely sudden, nor entirely complete.
So what does so and here we go again, right? So we have above, which would be his grandfather, Ibar Anu, the Hebrew. Then below we see Amurabi, right? What does Amurabi mean? Those who know Hebrew or because although we see the A, there's an H in front of that. So this is those may be familiar with the code of Amurabi. This would be him. So there's an H in front of that word. So that word is pronounced Hammurabi, Ham, right? So Ham or the Hum would be black or dark. The Rapi, the Rab is really, so it's Hammurabi. So that's a Rabi, not a P. It's not a Rapi. It's a Rabi. So it's the Hammurabi. So Rabi could just refer to a person. So it would refer to basically the black one, someone who is black, Hammurabi, right?
Was well underway. The collapse was not entirely sudden, nor entirely complete. As a quick aside, it's during Amurapi's reign that much of the textual evidence we associate with Ugarit was produced. Undoubtedly, the most important textual source is the famed Baal cycle, the epic poem detailing the mythic history of the city's patron deity. The iteration we have of this story preserved from Ugarit was composed during Amurapi's reign. One of the leading experts on Ugaritic studies has suggested that the Baal cycle was composed so as to coincide with the rebuilding of Baal's temple at the city. Mm-hmm. He even suggests a tsunami may have destroyed the earlier temple around 1250 BC, something likely attributed to the sea god Yam, which necessitated a rebuilding of the temple. And so when the new temple was rededicated, the Baal cycle...
This is important because before this, you don't have a Deuteronomy. Right, you don't have a song of so this is very critical, important to know because this only dates to like 1200 BC right here. Right, this dates to 1200 BC, the Baal cycle. Right, it's a Ugaritic text, right, dating to the time of the king Hammurabi, right, an Amorite king, the Song of Moses, right, which is supposedly the oldest text, right, in the Bible, one of them, comes from this. So it has to date after this. So you're at least 1100 BC, 10th century. I would argue 8th century, 9th century, to be quite honest. Yeah, because if this is just now coming to existence in 12th century, then your story has to come at least way after this. Let's go.
And a stela depicting elements from the story were dedicated with the temple in or around 1210 BC. Now, much more can be said about the Baal cycle, its interpretation and importance in modern scholarship, but we'll have to wait for another time. But the Baal cycle is thankfully not our only source about the cultural and political world of Ugarit during the reign of Hammurabi. Letters continue to show that Ugarit's relationship with its overlord further deteriorated. The Hittite king reminds Hammurabi that he is a vassal and owes specific obligations, including the transfer of large quantities of grain, as there was a famine in Anatolia. Letters between Merneptah and Hammurabi suggest Ugarit was courting a new overlord and was contemplating a switch of allegiance.
Whoa. Letters between Merneptah and Hammurabi. So those who are familiar with the Merneptah stela, right, where he mentions certain lands in the land of Canaan, where he mentions possibly Israel, right? Let's go. Talking to Hammurabi.
The Hittite world was in dynastic turmoil, and Ugarit had historical connections with the pharaohs. Ugarit was apparently looking to expand against other Hittite vassals. The king of Carchemish reprimanded Hammurabi for sending only poor quality soldiers and keeping his best chariot warriors at home. And further, he was accused of camping his army in the far north in the land of Mukish, an attempt to capture territory belonging to their neighbor. Nothing came of the Egyptian overtures, or at least it didn't develop into anything. Ugarit experienced its own troubles. The Hittites had a history of famine and needed grain shipments mediated through Ugarit. But Ugarit itself had food shortages at the end of the 13th century, despite fielding some of the largest navies in the Bronze Age capable of transporting large amounts of grain.
I wanted to go back to that real quick. That was interesting, that blade right here, yeah.
Ugarit experienced its own troubles.
Let's see. Can we read this? So we see here the blade inscribed with the cartouche of Merneptah. So let's see, can we see an M or R or N? I don't even see an N or anywhere. A P, a T. No, I don't see it.
The Hittites had a history of famine and needed grain shipments mediated through Ugarit. But Ugarit itself had food shortages at the end of the 13th century, despite fielding some of the largest navies in the Bronze Age capable of transporting large amounts of grain. Whether the navy was primarily commercial or militaristic is not clear, or whether such a distinction is even relevant for the Late Bronze Age. And despite the naval capabilities of Ugarit, it was increasingly subject to raids and attacks from seaborne threats. The so-called Sea Peoples have long been blamed for these attacks on Ugarit, and rightfully so. Letters exchanged between the king of Ugarit and the king of Alashia describe 7 ships causing havoc. 7 ships here may be typological and not literal, though if the territory was undefended, 7 ships may have been enough to cause significant harm.
Mm-hmm.
The king of Ugarit states that his army was in Hatti with the king of the Hittites, and his fleet was in Lucca, that is southwestern Anatolia, and so his homeland was undefended. Given the reprimands the king of Ugarit had for failing to provide adequate military support, we might doubt the king's claims. References to Shikala people correspond with the Sikala or Shekelesh mentioned by Ramses III as part of the Sea Peoples Coalition. And the king of Ugarit seems had good reason to keep his soldiers at home and to seek military intelligence from Alashia. We don't have a blow-by-blow of the end of Ugarit. We're left to piece it together as best we can. One suggestion that seems plausible is that a land force disembarked on the northern shores of Ugarit, and this is why Ugarit was keeping its best soldiers at home on the border with Mukish. Ugarit apparently lost a battle, as personal correspondences from citizens of Ugarit reference it being unsure how severe the loss was. As the enemy marched on Ugarit, no help would come. The king of Carchemish tells Amurapi, surround your cities with walls, bring your infantry and chariotry into them, be on the lookout for the enemy, and make yourself very strong. Translation, you're on your own. Ugarit had failed to send their military to aid both the Hittites and Carchemish, and in their final hour, it was reciprocated. The final attack came sometime between 1190 and 1185. A large destruction layer was excavated at the site. Originally attributed to fires after an earthquake, this is no longer accepted. Arrowheads among the debris suggest fighting throughout the city at the bitter end. But the lack of bodies suggests many evacuated the city before the final assault. Many buried their wealth, indicating both foreknowledge of the attack and an intention to return after the danger had passed. And some people did return, but as squatters. The majority did not return.
Whoa, wait.
The victors no doubt looted a lot of the city.
That's crazy. I just caught that just from reading that real quick.
This is no longer accepted.
Hold on.
Arrowheads among the debris suggest fighting throughout the city at the bitter end. But the lack of bodies suggests many evacuated the city before the final assault. Many buried their wealth, indicating both foreknowledge of the attack and an intention.
Right there. And it's crazy that did I move it? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Right here. So they're talking about in this particular instance, the sea people coming to the shores of Ugarit and destroying them, right? And the people who live there burying their wealth, with the hopes of being able to come back to get it after they leave, right? But it says some Ugaritians attempted to hide their valuables before fleeing, as found in the villa Sut, a hiding place where it was located. They're filled with bronze and gold statues of El and Baal, right? So already this was just not even. I hadn't even gotten to this point yet of establishing El. But we see here that they were worshiping in the Ugarit. We see here El, right? And we see Baal as the son, as would be his son. So let's go.
To return after the danger had passed. And some people did return, but as squatters. The majority did not return. The victors no doubt looted a lot of the city, but to our benefit, they also missed a lot. Why so few returned is not clear. The destruction may have been so complete it simply wasn't worth returning, or a large portion may have been caught outside the city walls and killed, so there simply wasn't a lot of people left to return. It just isn't known at this point. During the Iron Age, small communities lived at the site, but nothing on the same scale as the Late Bronze Age city. Based on the Iron Age material remains, we can say it was populated by a mixture of newcomers and ancestors of Bronze Age Ugaritians. The countryside seems to have avoided the worst of the destruction, as toponyms of sites continued from the Bronze Age well into the Iron Age and beyond. But after 1185, Ugarit as a city forever ceased to exist.
That was a nice little video I wanted to share with you guys. Has some good information. Wasn't, nothing too tough. Hold on, here we go.
Let me respond.
So here we go. Quick little presentation in regards to Yahweh. From foreign deity to supreme God. Archaeological and textual evidence revealing polytheistic origins and assimilation process of ancient Israelite religion through Ugaritic texts, Dead Sea Scrolls, and comparative analysis. Ugaritic text. Make sure I'm sharing my screen. All right, I am. Ugaritic text. We watched a brief video, just momentarily, in regards to Ugaritic, just to give a understanding of the land, the history of the people, who they are, how they wrote, the deities that they worship. We did get a quick glimpse to see El and Baal. So I actually want to do a whole series just on the Baal cycle, just to familiarize people with that story myself. So in the Ugaritic text we see here, in between 1300 BC to 1100 BC, we have the Baal cycle, right? That's the story where we have the deity El as the father of the pantheon, the El Malek, and he has 70 sons, right? Or 70 children, right? Baal is listed as one of the sons of El in that particular story. I believe it's KTU 165 or some shit like that, right? So key understandings. From these Rosh Shamar excavations, we come to a clear understanding of the Canaanite religion and its influence on biblical texts, right? We already know that they're both Northwest Semitic languages, linguistic languages. They have the same root words. A lot of the same words have the same meanings in both Ugaritic and Hebrew, particularly the word El, meaning both God as a common noun and God as referring to the deity as a proper name. Dead Sea Scrolls, 3rd century through the 1st century. These are sectarian manuscripts and biblical variants from the Qumran caves. They provide the earliest Hebrew scripture witnesses and sectarian beliefs. These Essenians and these Dead Sea Scrolls, right? We're going to be comparing this to the Masoretic text, right? The Masoretic texts, in my opinion, are later redactions, right? And they show textual modifications in medieval codices. We're going to use comparative study, and of transmission of history, and I'm going to show you how they developed. I can't even pronounce that word. Archaeological evidence. It says inscriptions from Hutulet Erid and Kerbet El Kam show material demonstrating Yahwistic worship patterns in Assyrian. And here we're going to talk about Yahweh and the Asherah, and how Yahweh assimilates, right, and takes all of the attributes of El, right, even his wife. Yahweh's absence from the Canaanite pantheon. Evidence from the Ugaritic text dating 1300 BC to 1100 BC. Within the Ugaritic pantheon structure, El is the supreme deity, the Elyon, right? Elyon, we know, is translated as Most High. Asherah is his consort, meaning Asherah is his wife. So within the Ugaritic pantheon, where we can just basically say the Canaanite pantheon, because the Ugaritic pantheon reflects the pantheon of the entire land of Canaan. And within this pantheon, El is a supreme deity. He is the Elyon. I would make an argument that the epitaph Elyon is created specifically for the deity El. Right? Asherah is his wife. Baal, the sun god, I said the sun god. Baal, the storm god, is his son. Got somebody trying to jump on. A1 on the panel. Piece of A1. Brother A1 on the panel.
Peace. How you feeling?
I'm good. How you feeling today, brother?
Amazing. I see you got it going.
Definitely a good day. A good Friday.
Feel like it's a Sunday or a Monday.
Do it, yeah, because of the week. Yesterday was Christmas, so people trying to get back, motivated. Lazy day. But I got some information, so I'm just going over a few things. So I'm going to go over some information and then open the panel up. Everybody ready, willing to jump on this. So.
Oh, yeah, don't let me interrupt. Go ahead.
All right, for sure. So here we go. So within this pantheon, and I'll be demonstrating this throughout, my presentation today, and through the video, that we don't see Yahweh anywhere. The notable absence, right? Where is Yahweh within this Canaanite pantheon? Where is Yahweh within the land of Canaan? It says Yahweh completely is missing from the Ugaritic pantheon list. No mention of Baal cycle epic, absent from the divine council text, suggests that Yahweh is of a foreign origin. Yahweh is not from this place. Yahweh is from somewhere else, right? And so if we just, keep in mind, the Baal cycle, the epic, is where El is the father and he has 70 sons, right? So within this story, there is no Yahweh, right? This is the story that the Bible steals, right? In regards to the portioning of the nations where each God is given a nation of people. So scholarly consensus on this particular idea says Mark Smith from Yale says Yahweh is not originally Canaanite. Frank Moore Cross agrees. He says Yahweh is introduced from southern regions. Archaeological evidence supports external origin. External meaning outside, elsewhere. Let me make sure El, the original supreme God of Canaan. We're using a lot of Ugaritic sources here. Ugaritic evidence for divine hierarchy. So within this pantheon, we see at the top, we have El Elyon. El, the Most High, the supreme creator deity. In the Ugarit, we see the Aleph Lamed, right? The I and the L. Then we see the Lamed Yod, Most High. El Leon. Then we have the divine patriarch, the father of gods, including Baal, his son, right? And this is the term that we see in the Ugarit. Ab Ben Il, right? Ab Ben Il, father of gods. Interesting. It's very interesting as it uses them in the plural. Underneath Baal, who do we have? The Elohim. So in the Ugarit, it's pronounced as Per Elohim. Per Elohim. Head of the divine assembly. Looking at it from a Hebrew, from a Egyptian point of view, the pronunciation of a per, right? See, it's spelled differently because they have the H in there, but it's still pronounced. I'm pronouncing that as per Elohim. So Egyptian per represents to a house. Right, so me just translating it, just looking at it through the primary text without any, nobody else's interpretation, me looking at it myself, I would read that as house, gods, house of gods, right? So they translate it as head of divine assemblies. So like it's a pantheon. It's a pantheon. Elohim in the Ugarit represents a pantheon. Elohim in the Ugarit text represents the children of the sons of El, the sons of God. Epitaphs. And these are epitaphs that are associated to El. El, the creator of the earth. Right? So we see here in the Ugarit, they have it as El twin Arets. So it's funny that those that know Hebrew, these are the same exact ways that you would pronounce this in the Hebrew, right? So this is why it's important to remember that these are both all Northwest Semitic languages. They all say the same thing, particularly the Ugarit and the Hebrew. Il is El. In Aret, you see the A and the R and the S. It's the word for earth. That's the same word in the Hebrew for earth, Aretz. Biblical retention. Talk about how the Bible retains this same story. It says Genesis preserves El's title, El Shaddai, El alone. These are titles of El. When we see this in the Bible, where it talks about Melchizedek and Abraham coming from the regions that we just talked about, from Yamhad, right, into Ugarit, literally comes into Ugarit and encounters Melchizedek, who is the priest of El Elyon, right, and it's introduced to El Shaddai, El Elon. El Elyon meaning God Almighty. Elon, El Elon, I believe, refers to his greatness. It says, when El Elyon divided the nations, when he separated the sons of men. This is Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 from the Dead Sea Scrolls. It says, El Elyon divided the nations when he separated the son, Ben Elohim. There is no Israel here, there is no Yahweh here. So we see here that the Dead Sea Scroll is continuing in the tradition of the Ugarit text, right? Which is giving it a more of a polytheistic overtone, a meaning. We see here we have a pantheon, right? We have a council. More henotheistic type, I would argue. Because we have a supreme deity, and we also have deities underneath that supreme deity. The Baal cycle. Divine kingship in the absence of Yahweh once again. And here we have the primary sources. So anybody wants to look this up or research it or have any contention, I'm always giving primary sources. This is from the Ugarit epic. Well, this is from the Baal cycle. It's KTU 1.1 through 1.6. The Baal cycle. El grants Baal kingship over the gods, right? So El is the father, El is the Elimelech, and he grants his son Baal kingship over the lesser gods. Baal defeats Yam. Yam is his brother, right? So he defeats his brother Yam. Then he has a brother Mot. It says Mot challenges Baal's authority, and Baal kills Mot. Baal unalives Mot. At this point, Anat, we'll recognize some of these gods. Like I say, these are all gods within the Canaanite pantheon. There's 70 of them. We'll recognize these same deities at the Kaaba. These are all the same deities that will be at the Kaaba, within the Kaaba. Anat is the sister. Anat, had the twin sister who is the daughter of Allah in the Kaaba, right? These are same story. Anat defends Baal's throne. Baal kills all of them basically, and this is how Baal basically gains supreme through the pantheon and becomes the Elyon in some stories. So depending on the story you read, you'll have different deities that are the Elyon of their particular pantheon, because they were given that portion by their father El, right? So it says here theological implications. El maintains ultimate authority as a father. Baal represents the active divine kingship, right? It says here, Yahweh's later insertion disrupts national pantheon structure, right? Monotheistic and that's exactly what it is. Monotheistic redaction obscures original polytheism. Yep. So the redaction, or the writing back, right? The addition of adding Yahweh into the story, right, obscures the original polytheistic meaning of the script, right? It takes away all of the different deities, or deities within the pantheon, all of the brothers, right? There are no more. It's just Yahweh, right? Yahweh is the supreme deity now. He is supreme. He has assimilated his way to the top, right? At this point, I believe he has not gained all of El's epitaphs yet, but he is just now being inserted into the pantheon, right? And here we go with the assimilation process, right? Yahweh's assimilation of El's epitaphs, right? So the first thing is synchronization into the pantheon, and then you assimilate the epitaphs, right? So it says here, as early as the 10th century, we see Yahweh worship alongside El, right? Distinct deities with separate cults, right? So as early as the 10th century, right? We have Yahweh cults and we have El cults. They are distinct deities and they are separate cults, right? During the 8th century, and this is when my argument has always been around this time period, as before this, you're not really going to see any text within the Bible at all that would be dated before the 9th century at all, that contain the name Yahweh. And when you do see it at that period, it's because they inserted it. So during the 8th century, we see here, Yahweh adopts the title of El Shaddai. So now he's taking his titles, right? He's taking his epitaphs. 7th century, 6th century, El Elyon becomes Yahweh. El Elyon becomes an epitaph for Yahweh. El Elyon and El Elyon become Yahweh epitaphs now. They are no longer associated with, not even Baal. They're not associated with Baal anymore. They're not associated with El anymore. Now they are strictly associated with the deity of Yahweh that has been introduced, that has been infused into this pantheon, that has been introduced into the land from externally. By the 6th century, we have complete assimilation. You know what I'm saying? By this time, he done moved in the house. You know what I'm saying? Yahweh assumes all of El characteristics, and monotheistic redaction begins. Here we go. Now here comes the monotheistic redaction. I talked to the brother about this yesterday, right? where I mentioned that every time you see Yahweh, right, it's a redaction. It's a monotheistic redaction, right? They've added that later, at a lot later date. At this date right here, brother, if you're watching, this is the date of the redaction. And this is the reason for the redaction. Monotheism. I don't agree with the documentary hypothesis in regards to Yahweh being older than El. Right? I agree with the pantheon reduction, but my argument is that El is older, and Yahweh is the later foreign addition. Key inscriptions: Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah, letting you know that the assimilation is complete, right? He's taking his wife. He moved in the house and he's taking his wife, his Asherah, his woman, right? That's when you know it's complete, when you took the man and woman. So now let's talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls versus the Masoretic text, right? So we've already went over the Ugaritic text and giving you an idea of the theology behind it, and the concepts behind it, right? So the Dead Sea Scroll kind of continues in the preservation of that mindset, right? My argument is that the Masoretic text does not, right? So we'll use critical textual variants in the Dead Sea Scrolls to reveal the original polytheistic content that was later modified in Masoretic traditions to support monotheistic theology, particularly evident in Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 through 9, right? So here we go when we look at the Dead Sea Scrolls here in Deuteronomy 32. You can follow my mouse. I'm talking accordingly. Deuteronomy 32, verse 8, we see here the sons of God, right? We see it says here, Beni Elohim, right? And that is translated in the Dead Sea Scrolls as sons of God, right? We see here in the Masoretic text, it's translated as sons of Israel. Totally different. Totally different. So it says here in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So mind you, the redaction has already happened at this point as well when we see the addition of Yahweh, right? So we see here in the Dead Sea Scrolls where it says sons of God, the Beni Elohim, Yahweh's portion was his people. Yahweh stands in the council of El to give perfect lot. Those were different passages, I'm sorry. But Deuteronomy 32, and it goes into the words, talks about Yahweh's portion to his people, right? Yahweh stands in the council of El. Here it's showing you in the Dead Sea Scrolls that Yahweh has been infused and inserted as a son of El, right? Continuing in the tradition of polytheism, right? At this point, Yahweh has just been inserted into the pantheon. He's not the head of the pantheon in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And that's important to remember and understand. In the Dead Sea Scrolls in Deuteronomy 32, verse 8, in the Dead Sea Scrolls in Deuteronomy 32, verse 9, in the Dead Sea Scrolls in Psalms 82, verse 1, in the Dead Sea Scrolls in Samuel 14 through 41, and in the Dead Sea Scrolls in Isaiah 53, Yahweh is mentioned. He's mentioned as a son of El, not as the head of the pantheon. He's not mentioned as the Elyon at all, right? So in the Masoretic text, it's completely different, right? Completely different. In fact, it's not even mentioning Yahweh. It's mentioning it's been replaced with the word Israel, right? So In the Dead Sea Scroll, it reads Yahweh's portion with his people. In the Masoretic text, it reads the Lord's portion is his people. So it switched from Yahweh to, in the Masoretic, to read Lord, right? In the Dead Sea Scrolls, it reads Yahweh stands in the council of El. In the Masoretic text, it reads God stands in divine assembly. Totally different. Totally different, right? So when we talk about in Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, where it says in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Beni Elohim, and in Masoretic it says sons of Israel. In that particular instance, the Dead Sea Scrolls prefers the polytheistic pantheon, right? The Masoretic text does not. In this instance, in Deuteronomy 32 verse 9, where it says Yahweh's portion was his people, the Dead Sea Scrolls that Yahweh is the son of El. The Masoretic text does not even mention Yahweh at all. In Psalms 82 verse 1, where Yahweh, the Dead Sea Scroll says Yahweh stands in the council of El, the Masoretic text says God stands in the divine assembly, implying the Dead Sea Scrolls maintains distinction between both deities of Yahweh and El. El is the supreme deity, and Yahweh is just a member of the Elohim. This is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. According to the Dead Sea Scrolls, Yahweh is just a member of the Elohim, right? So I'll do something later in regards to Genesis 1:26. I want to go over Genesis 1:26 and Genesis 1:27, where it talks about God and creating them in our image, right? In our image, in us, right? The plurality, right? So I'll definitely will argue that that is the Elohim, the council, not a Holy Trinity. So we go from polytheism to monotheism, right? The redaction process. Evidence of deliberate textual modification. From the 7th century to the 3rd century. I'm sorry. I always like to, I'm generous in giving them the 8th century, but it says we have evidence from the 7th century, so let's go. Pre-exilic polytheism. So this is before 586 BC. Right? According to the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? We have multiple deities worshipped. Yahweh is among the pantheon. El is the supreme deity in this pantheon. He is the father of the pantheon. It's El. Yahweh is infused as a child, as one of his sons, right? The exilic redaction. The priestly source editing, right? So we have different traditions of editing, right? I believe we have a priestly source. We have the YAHWEH, of course. We have the Elohis. And then we have the Deuteronomist. We have the Masoretic, of course. So there's 4. I think there's 5. Yeah, so we're looking at them. The Deuteronomist, the Elohim, the Elohis, the YAHWEH, the Masoretic. And they all edited in their own sort of way, right? Priestly source editing. Monotheistic theology imposed. Earlier polytheistic references obscured in regards to Deuteronomy and Isaiah. Isaiah 43:10 says, before me no God was formed, nor shall there God be any God after me. Let's see what it says here in regards to the Essenians and how they thought and how their viewpoint opposed the Masoretes. The Essenians are we can associate them with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we can associate the Masoretes with the King James version of the Bible, and the for blessing us with the Nakud system, right? Their Tiberian vocalization system, right? So we have the Essenes versus the Masoretes. The theological divergence. Keep in mind, the Essenes are going to be more alongside the traditional tradition of the Canaanites. The same theology, the same pantheon of gods, the same, outlook. The Masoretes are not. They come a lot later along, and to my, I like to think that they're guessing. So the Essenian tradition is the Qumran tradition, right? It says it preserves earlier polytheistic readings. In Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, we see it has maintained the reading of sons of God. Right here, sons of God, Beni Elohim, in Deuteronomy 38, emphasizing that of a divine council theology, a pantheon of God. Apocalyptic and mystical interpretation, so to speak, as well. Damn near Gnostic type of thinking. Damn near Gnostic. Opposed to the Masoretic tradition, right? So anytime we talk about Masoretic or Masoretes, it says that the Masoretes systematically remove polytheistic elements. Right. So when I asked the brother Zion Lex, when I was on his panel, I asked the brother Zion Lex this exact question. I said, Zion, the Lion, respectfully, right? When the Dead Sea Scroll gives a different reading, the transliteration in Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, right? And the Masoretic text gives a different reading. He said that the difference doesn't matter that much, brother. Those were his exact words. If you listen to Brother Zion, those were that's what you said, right? There is a difference. You acknowledge there is a difference, but that the difference didn't matter that much, right? I disagree. I argue that the difference matters greatly, right? It shows a theological divergence, right? Of a polytheistic earlier readings of the script to more later monotheistic traditions added, infused into the text, right? To fit the narrative of Yahweh. In the Masoretic text, it replaces Beni Elohim, sons of God, with sons of Israel, giving a totally different reading now. Totally different. Are the sons of Israel the sons of God? No. It emphasizes singular divine authority. Just like when you read it in the Bereshit, when it says Bereshit bara Elohim, which we know is duality, was plurality, and Elohim, the him would denote plurality. They try to insert the tetragrammaton, the Yahweh, and say that it's singular when that's not the case. This is a rabbinic tradition. The Masoretes. It's a canonical preservation with theological editing. Their own thoughts, their own nakoots, their own vocalization, right? So when you read the Dead Sea Scrolls opposed to the Masoretic text, the key differences is this: the Assyrians preserved the original polytheistic context, while the Masoretes created their own monotheistic orthodox. They created their own shit, and that's what the King James Bible is based off of. The Masoretic tradition, not the Assyrian tradition that we see here, right? So please, don't let anybody tell you that this Masoretic tradition, right, is giving you anything authentic or anything original, because it's an edited version. There was revision shit back, revising stuff, text back then. They've changed from polytheism to monotheism just from changing the word Israel to God. From every time we see the word Elohim, they've removed it and they've added the word Yahweh. That's why people ask, well, why is the word Yahweh, the word Elohim used for Yahweh? Because because they went back and redacted it and edited it. Redactive editing. But what did they just say? Theological editing. They are adding Yahweh to these scriptures. Yahweh wasn't there. From what Kobe said, he wasn't shooting in the gym. You wasn't there, Yahweh. No evidence for you. And I would challenge somebody to give me some, to present some. Scripture analysis. Polytheistic traces in biblical texts. Primary source evidence for divine plurality, right? Primary sources for plurality. We sticking with Deuteronomy 32 verse 8. Let's go. Dead Sea Scrolls. It says, when the Most High El Elyon gave each nation its inheritance, when he divided up the human race, he fixed the boundaries of people according to the number of the sons of God. But Yahweh's portion was his people, Jacob, his allotted heritage, right? This meaning that Yahweh is the father. Yahweh had 70 sons. Yahweh was one of the sons, and Jacob was the God. It was the people that Yahweh was given to. Each son was given, each God was given a people. Yahweh's portion was his people, Jacob. Baal was given a people, whoever they may have been, right? Mot was given a people, whoever they may have been, right? Molech was given a people, whoever that people might make. It was 70 of them, right? Anak, they were given the people. Allah. In Psalms 82, it says God has taken his, Psalms 82, 1 through 6. It says God has taken his place in the divine council in the midst of the Elohim. It says El has taken his place in the Elohim. In the midst of the Elohim, he holds judgment. I said, you are Elohim, Beni Elyon. all of you. It says, El has taken his place in the Elohim, in the midst of the Elohim. He holds judgment. I said, you are Elohim, Beni Elion, all of you. In Genesis 1:26, spoke about that a few minutes ago. It says, then El said, let us make Adam in our image. Where it says, let us make humankind in our image, but the word is Adam. Then El, so it says, then El said, let us make Adam in our image. So who is El talking to? Who is God talking to when God says, let us make man in our image? Is he talking to? Is he not talking to Elohim, the other gods, his other sons? And then is he not portioning the land to them? He says, let us make man in our image, right? And then in the Dead Sea Scrolls, he ever allots them their land. Exodus 15:11, it says, who is like you, O Yahweh, among the Elohim? Does that not suggest other deities? That's polytheism. Elohim will equal plurality. Who is like you, O Yahweh, amongst the Elohim? Or amongst the Elohim? Suggest there are other gods. Chronological development. Yahweh's rise to the top. We're going to show how Yahweh rises to the top of the pantheon. 1300 to 1100 BC during the Ugaritic period. The Canaanite pantheon fully documents El as the supreme deity. Yahweh is absent from any records. Around 10th century, Iron Age period, right? We see Yahweh emerging as a tribal deity, right? Alongside El and alongside other gods, right? We start to see the synchronism at this point. This is when the synchronism starts to occur, right? We see Yahweh worship alongside El, alongside Baal, alongside the other deities, Molech, Habal. By the 800s to the 700 BC, we see the synthesis, the synchronism. Yahweh adopts all of El's epitaphs and functions and gradually assimilates by 600 to 500 BC, we have exilic transformation. By the 600 BC, this is important, by 600 BC, by Ezra, before Ezra, we already have the priestly redactions. We already have the Deuteronomist reforms. We already have the Deuteronomist. We already have the priestly redactions already. By 600 BC, we've already added Yahweh. right? So this is why when we get to the Dead Sea Scrolls, we'll see Yahweh in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Right? We'll see Yahweh in the Dead Sea Scrolls as a son infused, right, into a pantheon that he doesn't belong to. Right? The Dead Sea Scrolls continues in the tradition of the Canaanite and the Ugaritic pantheon and the shared culture of the land. It doesn't change. By 400 BC, we have the final canonization, right? The Masoretic standardization. We have a monotheistic and the Dead Sea Scroll preserving the earlier textual variants, right? In between 400 BC and 100 BC, we date the Dead Sea Scrolls to about 200 BC, possibly 3rd century. Possibly 3rd century. Primary sources and scholarly consensus. It's always good to have primary sources and know the scholarly consensus. What are the scholars saying? What are the scholars saying? Like, it's good to have scholars to, agree with you, PhDs, if you don't have a PhD yourself, of course. It's good to be able to read the language to come to your own conclusions as well. Because you may not agree with everything or so it's good to be able to comprehend. So in the Ugaritic text, right, in the Baal epic, the pantheon list and ritual text, El, Ab, Ben, Father of Gods. Baal as Ben, Baal is listed as Dagon, son of Dagon. Interesting. And I hate this word, Kunalet Arid, and the Kunalet Arid inscriptions, 8th century BC, the Kerbet Elkam inscriptions, Yahweh and his Asherah. And it's from the Tel Dan Arad Ostraka. Ostrakas are just shard pieces of, that they've written on or whatever it may be. It shows that the Yahweh and his Asherah, that depiction that they show, which just shows you that by this period of time, Yahweh has taken his wife, because the Asherah is the wife of El, right? Then we have the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Deuteronomy manuscripts preserving polytheistic readings. We have the sectarian manuscripts with divine plurality, referring to the council of gods, and then listed. These are just primary sources. Mark Smith from Princeton, US, NYU, in regards to pantheon reduction theory. Frank Moore Cross from Harvard, in regards to Canaanite origins. Patrick Miller, in regards to Princeton Theological, Patrick Miller from Princeton Theological School, in regards to the Divine Council or Elohim. John Day from Oxford, in regards to Yahweh and gods of Canaan. And so it's just some scholars that I use. Convergent evidence, multiple lines of proof. I use 5 different. Textual criticism. Dead Sea Scroll variants, Septuagint readings, Masoretic text modifications, redaction criticism. I actually did a little bit more than that. Literary analysis. I showed parallels between the Ugaritic influence to the biblical source into the Bible. Use biblical source criticism, comparative mythology, divine counsel motifs. Show pantheon reduction. This revolutionary discovery, right? Archaeological and textual evidence definitely proves Yahweh was not originally a Canaanite. That's very interesting. Because people like to make Yahweh into a Canaanite deity. And he's not. Yahweh has no origins in Canaan. Archaeological and textual evidence definitely proves Yahweh was not originally Canaanite. Entered existing pantheon as a foreign deity. He systematically absorbed El's attributes and authority. Through this process, monotheism was achieved through a deliberate redaction, right? Through deliberate editing, right? By deliberately going through and redacting every time we see the guy El, every time we see the guy Elohim. That's why sometimes it don't make sense. Why I got Elohim? Why does it have say Elohim but be in reference to Yahweh? When Yahweh is just a tetragram that represents something singular. But God has duality within it. So that word itself doesn't even encompass, so like it doesn't fit. Doesn't fit. Ugaritic proof. Complete absence from the Canaanite pantheon list proves foreign origin. There is no Yahweh within the Canaanite pantheon. It doesn't belong there. Dead Sea Scroll evidence. The Dead Sea Scrolls preserved the original polytheistic readings before the Masoretic modification. Right? So before the Masoretes came along, we still have the Dead Sea Scrolls that still maintained a little bit of polytheism. Still a little bit of Gnostic in it. Then we have the assimilation process, right? Where we have documented transformation of El Epitaph, El Elyon, El Shaddai to Yahweh. We didn't call Yahweh Elyon so much and El Shaddai so much that we think it's his shit, but it's not. It's El's. Why would it not be El? If we have a deity, let's just think about it. Let's use common sense here. If we have an actual deity named El, and we have epitaphs that start with Elyon within it, El Elyon, El Shaddai, right? Are those not theophoric names that represent the deity? Like, come on now. The Yahweh is a redaction, and we're going back, adding it and replacing. So Yahweh has assimilated and has stolen and taken all of El's epitaphs. What is the theological impact of every time we see the word God, replacing it with Yahweh? It says it shows that monotheism was not original, but evolved through pantheon reduction and textual editing. I'll say it again. It shows that monotheism was not original, but evolved through pantheon reduction and textual editing. textual editing is crazy. We're just gonna go back and put it in right here. We're gonna change this. We're gonna change that. When is it ever okay to change the word of God? Somebody answer me that. Completely changing the whole meaning, right? So I see that why the Assyrians ran off by themselves and did their own thing, huh? They said the world was crazy. Imagine that. It says this evidence fundamentally challenges traditional monotheistic narratives and reveals the complex polytheistic matrix from which Judaism emerged. Transformation from Yahweh of the South to Yahweh Elohim. The Yahweh Most High. Imagine that. The transformation from Yahweh of the South to Yahweh Elohim represents one of the history's most successful theological revolutions achieved through systematic assimilation, textual redaction, and institutional authority, right? They've completely changed history by redaction. They've infused Yahweh into the text. And through pantheon reduction, he's gained and become the Elyon. But was he originally a Canaanite deity? No. Is he an indigenous deity to the land of Canaan? No. Is he in any other original Canaanite pantheons or stories or traditions? No. He's a Johnny come lately. He is a Johnny come lately. Let's go. Let's see what we have here. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go here. I want to go here real quick. Actually, I want to show this real quick. Real quick. The Yahweh paradox. How the Dead Sea Scrolls expose the Canaanite roots of the biblical God, revealing a forgotten history of a divine identity theft and theological revolution. The central thesis. The evolution of Yahweh represents one of history's most dramatic religious transformations from a minor southern desert deity worshipped by nomadic tribes to the supreme head of the Israelite pantheon, achieved through systematic absorption, assimilation, and redaction. This wasn't divine revelation, it was theological identity theft. They stole these people. They stole L shit. Ain't that crazy? That's crazy. But just hold on one second, y'all. I want to just show something real quick. I want to get this one. too much. And I know this may be off topic, but I wanted to share this because I stumbled across it, right, and I found it interesting. So we're still on topic because we're talking about Hezekiah, right? And Hezekiah is an Israelite, so and we're still in the same area, but and it doesn't mention anything about a Yahweh either. But I always find that Hezekiah is still interesting because what we do see here, right, is we see the Paleo Hebrew, right? You see the translation of it, right? See the Paleo right here. My mouse is going across the Paleo. And we see the transliteration, the skeleton, right? The uniliterals. And then we see it here in English, right? And then the seal, of course, is the B on it. Let me see if I can see it. I'm gonna pull it up right there. But when we read it, it's funny how in all languages, names are always the same, right? Here we see Hezekiah, right here, Hezekiah. If we go up here, we still see that says Hezekiah right there. HZ Hezekiah, right? Ahaz. So you see when I'm how you teach with the skeletons, all you have to do is add the vowels, add the A here, then we have Ahaz right here. So, but you have to keep it in context. If a person who knows what this means, you don't have to add the vowels in that. It says Hezekiah, Ahaz, Melech, Yehud, Ahaz, king of Judah. Melech, we know Melech means king. So that's the M and the L and the K. Melech, king. And then Yehuda, Judah, Yehudi. And then we have the Paleo here. So this is the Paleo. We see here the different signs. Let's see, can we identify these? We see the Yod, but we see the head. These are the halves. Here. Interesting. I just found this Hezekiah seal kind of interesting. I always found the Hezekiah seal interesting. Here's just a little information on it. Belong to Hezekiah, son of Ahaz. Interesting. So what's interesting is that if this is supposed to be Israelite king, right? But the iconography on it doesn't look anything Israelite, does it? It looks really Egyptian, doesn't it? You see that? You see this Ankh right here? Kind of challenges a lot of things which people would think about as far as like, are these Israel? I mean, these are symbols that would associate with Egyptian culture, not so much Israelite culture. can read this down here. I don't want to get too thrown off a topic because I really have some smoke for Yahweh. But let's go.
Magic and Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, or Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other topics on contents and esotericism. And also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics here in esotericism, here on YouTube, but I'd rather hazard an episode on the topic than just throw my hands up and say, oh, it's utterly frustrated by the difficulty and the complicatedness and the specialization of the topic. Better, as that famous saying of Beckett goes, ever tried, ever failed, no matter. Try again, fail better. So here's to failing better in the name of public education. Also, on a personal note, using the name Yahweh is just simply an academic attempt to vocalize the name of the Israelite tribal god, and not some attempt to actually utter a magical divine name, much less take such a name in vain. In fact, public education is just about the furthest thing from my mind when I think about doing something in vain. And lastly, this is an academic channel, and I check my religious commitments at the door, and historical facts and evidence are what matter here, not my personal beliefs. And really, when we allow our faith to dictate our history, we really just betrayed both. I guess I'll just come out of the gate with it. The origins of Yahweh are utterly unknown. The name may appear first in the 14th century BCE of an enemy list of Amenhotep III, in a similar but later list in the 13th century BCE by Ramses II as the Shasu of Yahweh, or the Shasu of Yahu. It's not quite clear how that was pronounced. The Shasu were semi-nomadic pastoralists, typically associated with raiding and general big brigandry. The Egyptian name for their name actually indicates their nomadic existence, to roam about, while the name taken up into Semitic and Hebrew means something like to raid or to plunder. So there's a clue what they were. While the name Yahweh does seem to appear here, it also seems to be functioning primarily as a toponym rather than as a theonym. But that other Shasu in the list are also associated with the region of Seir, it's a mountain range in the southwestern Transjordan, is probably going to prove salient here in just a moment. Whether the Shasu were Proto-Israelites isn't clear, but it seems reasonable to think that there was probably some connection, and ditto with the Hyperu and the social then ethnic groups, the Hebrews, that began as a social group, not an ethnic group, who were also associated with brigandry. So this is a fun origin story. Israel first appears to enter history on the Merneptah stele. He's the son of Ramses II, like his 13th son, where he claims victory such that the Canaan has been plundered into every sort of woe. Ashkelon has been overcome. Gezer has been captured. Yanoam is made non-existent. Israel is laid waste and his seed is not. Huru is become a widow. because of Egypt. It's perhaps worth mentioning here that the Egyptian determinative on Ashkelon, Yanoam, and Gezer indicate foreign city. This is the triple mountain determinative, whereas Israel has the foreign ethnic group determinative, though, to be sure, the use of determinatives by Egyptian scribes can be all over the place, kind of arbitrary. The southerly geographic placement may also be important, though. Note that the Israelites that Merneptah claims to annihilate aren't actually associated here with the Shasu, so that's interesting. And, of course, their God, the God of Israel, and none of these gods is mentioned here. The first historical archaeological link between Israel and Yahweh as a god dates to much, much later in the Iron Age, where the 9th century BCE Mesha Stele, Victory Stele, brags of dragging vessels of Yahweh before Chemosh as the Moabite kingdom rebelled and escaped Amorite Israelite hegemony in the region. Thus, it seems that southern Levantine nomads and raiders were associated with Yahweh, perhaps as a kind of theological toponym, and that by the 13th century BCE, an ethnic group known as Israel, at least to the Egyptians, existed in a similar area, and that by the 9th century BCE, the Israelite house of Omri seems to have had Yahweh as an important, probably as their national god, as opposed to the Moabite Chemosh, before which those vessels, the aforementioned vessels, were dragged. Now, given the paucity of the archaeological record, which is basically that, what can we glean from our other surviving body of evidence, that is to say, Israelite literature as edited and compiled into the Hebrew Bible about the origins of Yahweh, or what we might call primitive Yahwism, or the cult of Yahweh before its assimilation into the Canaanite heartland, the Canaanite cult, and the Canaanite pantheon more generally. Now, to do this, it appears that the best methodology would be to take the earliest linguistic strata of the Israelite literature as it appears in the Hebrew Bible, especially the Song of the Sea at Exodus 15, 1 through 18, Judges 5, or Devorah's Song, Psalms 18, 29, 68, Genesis 49, among other scattered memories of very linguistically archaic mentions of Yahweh and his cult. From this, a rough sketch of primitive Yahweh can be made. It appears that the deity's original heartland was Seir, Edom, Teman, with Mount Sinai actually probably originally lying in that region. Recall the Shasu of Seir earlier. That is to say, the northwestern Arabian Peninsula, just east of the Dead Sea. It appears that Yahweh was probably originally a warrior god, perhaps associated with raiding and women warband prophets. Further, the central manifestation of Yahweh seems to have been storms, specifically the catastrophic thunderstorms that result in the deadly flash flooding, which actually plagues that region down to this day. Petra, the same region where Yahweh may have come from, was engineered around managing just those thunderstorms. Oh, and you can see video of what those flash floods look like in that region, and they are terrifying. At some point in the late Bronze, or probably the early Iron Age, the Yahweh cult made its way into the Judean highlands, likely settling at a cult center in Shiloh. This corresponds roughly to the biblical period of the Judges. The nomadic and possibly mercantile nature, note the mention of caravans in the Song of Devorah, which is, by the way, probably the earliest text in the Hebrew Bible, of primitive Yahwehs might explain the diffusion of the cult. That is to say, it was spread through mercantile trade. This diffusion is probably overdetermined, however, especially if raiding were involved. Of course, the major historical backdrop of all of this is the Bronze Age collapse. Through the 13th century BCE, civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean experienced a cascading systems collapse. Real scary, resulting in mass migration from the Aegean, i.e. the sea peoples, imperial border regression and local hegemony collapse on the part of the various empires, especially the Egyptians, imperial collapse, just full-blown civilization collapse for the Hittites and the city-state of Gerar, and generalized urban disintegration, note at a site like the city of Gezer. In fact, it may be that the conditions of the Bronze Age collapse allowed for the power vacuum in which, one, raiding as a means of survival would have emerged, and a raiding cult headed by a warrior raiding god like Yahweh might have proven pretty popular in the chaos. I mean, imagine what kind of religions would emerge in the world of Mad Max or something like that. Though this is just speculation, and that disruption in the Bronze Age collapse is probably what allowed the various states to a revolt, resulting in Merneptah putting them down. But also, especially the collapse of Egyptian hegemony in the region, and this is very important. This would have allowed de facto independence, especially in the Canaanite highlands, because who wants to go up there? And it isn't surprising to me that Yahweh's cult and its military, political, state-building wing would settle in relatively remote Shiloh before spreading north and south into the highlands and then pushing west down into the Shphelah to contest eventually with the Sea People, who also got a foothold in former territory of Egyptian hegemony. This, of course, is the Peliset, as we know them from the Egyptian literature or from the Bible as well. You guessed it, the Philistines. Thus, by Iron 1, or roughly around 1200 to 1000 BCE, Yahweh had probably come to settle in the Canaanite highlands, thus marking the end of primitive Yahwism and the beginning of an incredibly complex process by which elements of Canaanite religious and cultic systems would be negotiated with both the cult, but also the very divine person of Yahweh through a process of theological convergence and assimilation, divergence and cultic antagonism, and especially early monarchic syncretism. To appreciate this process, it's best to explore this complex dialectic on two axes, one being the Canaanite pantheon itself, but the other being the progression through time from the period of the Judges and through the monarchy's complex cultic relationships marked by syncretism in the north primarily, but more punctuated by Yalu monolatry in the south before the eventual transition to monotheism in the exilic and really the post-exilic period. So let's begin by exploring the dynamics of theological convergence and divergence, or cultic antagonism, with the Canaanite pantheon and Yahweh. Most of our knowledge of the Canaanite pantheon stems from the discoveries of vast royal libraries of the city of Ugarit, another victim of the Bronze Age collapse. What has emerged from this center are significant collections of mythological and cultic documents, deeply detailing the nature, personalities, and mythic deeds of the various Canaanite gods in that pantheon. Though two caveats are perhaps in order. The first is that this trove may represent a specifically royal, specifically Ugaritic expression of the Canaanite theology and its myth cycles. The second is that these documents date to the mid-12th century at the latest. The city itself was probably destroyed around 1185 BCE, which is hundreds of years and still quite a distance away from the locus classicus of the development of the Israelite cult down a good bit southerly in the highlands. Thus, we don't know to what degree the Canaanite cult expressed itself specifically in that region, down in the highlands, and this is especially true because the Canaanite written record in that area is remarkably poor. It's basically non-existent. So, to what degree can we take the Ugaritic text to be representative of Southern Highlander cult? Not clear. But those caveats aside, the head of the Canaanite pantheon was the grandfatherly god El, simply God. Indeed, some theories actually have that Yahweh was a local, very far southern manifestation of El, but I think that's probably doubtful. Though Deuteronomy 39 seems to be an archaic recall when Elyon, a manifestation of El, parceled out the world, providing Yahweh specifically with the lands of Jacob Israel. This is probably a rare survival from a period where Yahweh was still kind of subservient to Elyon and before theological convergence with El more generally. However, it's clear that the Yahwists were pretty comfortable enough with El to allow for significant amounts of assimilation of El features onto Yahweh, even when those features perhaps stood in significant contrast to the strident warrior of the primitive cult. One of the more striking features of these is the assimilation of El as an elderly, wise god. El is known as the father of years in the Ugaritic myth cycles, and it's perhaps this image of an elderly, white-bearded deity as assimilated onto Yahweh from Canaanite El that has probably proved the most visibly enduring in popular perception and art. If you imagine an old bearded dude as God, you're imagining El. Attached to this elder character is also El's wisdom, a trait not typically associated again with a warrior god. They don't need to be wise or smart. Further, Yahweh's partially converged as a creator deity, but only partially converged. The name Yahweh probably just meant the one that is, or he is, and was primitively not associated with creative powers. Again, warrior gods don't do much creating stuff. And the verbal form to twist his name, Yod-He-Vav-He, into a creative form, the verbal form that we know as the Hifil in Hebrew, it never appears in Israelite literature. Thus, it's unsurprising that a great deal of the creative work in the Bible is typically associated with the divine names like El and especially Elohim. Even note a name like Elkanah, El creates, never really appears with a Yahwistic theoform. We never get a Yahwistic version of that name. Thus, we have a situation where not only are elements of El assimilated to Yahweh, but that the early Israelites were even comfortable enough with a theological identity made between the two. They combine El and Yahweh. It's very clear in the Hebrew Bible. Thus, many elements of Canaanite El, though not all of them, definitely not all of them, as we'll see in a moment, are assimilated to Yahweh, or with the identity being established, the powers and features of El de facto become those of Yahweh. An element of this transfer, especially in the earlier period, was El's divine council, including a retinue of quasi-divine bureaucrats such as the prosecuting attorney Ha-Satan, but also the military leader, the Sar Tzava, but also including the 70 sons of El, or Elyon. Of course, these sons would also later become demoted to angels as monotheism took root before descending to earth to mate with human women and Genesis.
Exactly. And we see here where it says that divine councils and courts were typical of ancient Near East religion. The let us create in Genesis 1, when I spoke about earlier, Genesis 27, is an expression of this. It's an expression of the Elohim, the pantheon, the let us create, right? And he's showing here, right, the pantheon in front of you. You see here the different deities, the Elyon and the Elohim. So when it says in the Bible in Genesis 1:26-27, let us create man in our image, this is what he's talking about. We see here the potter's wheel.
6, and all that gets developed, of course, in the book of Enoch. Though, like creation, this assimilation of the divine council was not total. The sons always appear as sons of El, the divine appellation there, never the sons of Yahweh. Though, along with these originally quasi-divine beings would also come an entire retinue of celestial.
They always appear as sons of El, never sons of Yahweh. And when Yahweh is inserted into the text, he is the son of El, not El is the son of Yahweh.
Objects, because the sky, especially things like stars, the sun, and the moon, that were all worshipped in the region as well. One of those beings, Halel ben Shachar, probably Venus, appears in the divine council as a kind of insurgent upstart cast down to Canaanite Sheol, the underworld of the Israelites, and an oracle against a king of Babylon, probably Nebuchadnezzar. Of course, this character would later go on to become modified in Christian mythology to become the satanic Lucifer in that tradition, showing just how long of a half-life these beings can have. That being goes all the way back to ancient Canaanite celestial mythology. Another interesting instance has a deceptive spirit, a Ruach Sheker, being recruited by Yahweh to fool some of the prophets to ensure the death of King Achav. Of course, Psalm 82 also captures this assimilation of El's divine council very clearly. He's speaking to members of the divine council, that called gods. Perhaps the most peculiar assimilation of this to the warrior god Yahweh are actually El's traits as merciful and compassionate. This is an outstanding trait and sensible for the grandfatherly El, who even has a bit too much to drink from time to time. There are some great stories in the Ugaritic myth cycles about that. And it is an interesting but reasonable assimilation onto a god whose prehistory of warfare and brutal raiding must transition. It has to transition when you go into a more sedentary cult where, you can't solve all your problems through violence anymore, even most of your problems through violence. Thus, this results in contemporary readers whiplash reading the Hebrew Bible, where the deity there seems to absolutely delight in wading in blood of his foes and killing people, and then you turn a few pages later, and this is a God whose mercy and compassion never fail. That's because you have two gods being welded together here who have very different traits. Of course, not all elements of Yahweh were assimilated equally by the Israelites. One of the important epithets of El was Bull El, and Bull iconography, eventually all iconography, especially in the South, was apparently polarizing among the Israelites. It appears that the northern variants of the cult accepted El Yahweh Bull iconography, with Jeroboam I setting up very distinct bull imagery at his Yahweh shrines at Bethel. The name there, House of El, and Dan. Dan is the only surviving Yahweh shrine in the world, from antiquity at least, along with Tel Arad in the south, but it's mostly been deconstructed and put in the Israel Museum. These are the only two Yahweh shrines that survive into the archaeological record. Now, while this bull imagery might have been primitive to Yahweh, it's much more likely that it was a northern assimilation from the El cult, that the southern cult, by the way, preferring the ark's cherubim as its major cult symbol, but it was actually just more generally aniconic in its disposition, generally grew to detest, especially as the northern kingdom grew in power and prestige, and, well, the Amorites were very powerful, and the southerners probably felt jealous of them and hated their cows. Indeed, the golden calf narrative itself may be a southern polemic against the Norse assimilation of this dimension of El's cult, the importation of this bull imagery. Finally, El had a divine consort, Athirat, but I'll come back to her when I discuss Asherah in just a moment. If the relationship of Yahweh and El was assimilation to convergence, then the relationship with the Canaanite warrior and storm god Baal, literally the Lord, is going to be characterized by assimilation to not only divergence, but also just straight up cultic antagonism. The discovery of the Ugaritic Baal cycle has done more to inform our understanding of the local ancient mythology of that region than perhaps any other group of texts outside, of course, from the Hebrew Bible. Here, Baal is famous for his triumphs over the chaotic forces of the sea, or Yam, his fight with death, to the death, when he subsequently resurrected and achieved detente with Mot, or the god of death, with the aid of the fierce fertility warrior goddess Anat, thus providing for the life-giving winter rains in the region before being exalted as virtually the king of the entire world. Virtually every element of the Baal cultus will intersect with Yahweh and his cult, very probably because of just how similar the deities were and how very popular Baal must have been compared with the relative upstart Yahweh in the region. As I mentioned, both gods were associated with storms, especially for their life-giving rains in the region. However, they're both associated with storms of very different kinds. Yahweh was likely associated with the terrifying thunderstorms and flash floods of the southern Arava regions, whereas Baal was associated primarily with the coastal winter storms, without which the arid region would struggle to bloom. Both storm gods, very different kinds of storms. However, as Yahweh settled into the region, the motif of him as a rider upon the clouds, one virtually shared with Baal, would be extended not just to the thunderstorms of the south, but also to the coastal rains as well. This element becomes assimilated easily onto Yahweh. Numerous evidence of these storm theophanies abound, though Psalm 29 conforms so much with Baal imagery that some scholars have just kind of argued that it's a literal Yahweh for Baal substitution hymn. It's like cut and paste Yahweh for Baal, though it's a little simplistic. Further, elements of Baal's contest with the sea, or Yam and its dragon Lotan, are mirrored in early Israelite Yahwism, with a similar contest, most notably in the third creation story of the Bible, found in Psalm 74, and of course in Job, where the defeat of sea monsters, specifically Leviathan, were a necessary aspect of forging the world from watery chaos to order. This is a pretty common myth cycle in the ancient Near East. Ironically, this defeat of Leviathan would be later transposed into a world-ending apocalypse in later mutations of the myth, both in Judaism and in Christianity. Further, Baal contest with death, or Mot, is often just demythologized in general, such that Yahweh has control over both life and death, and in some passages, Yahweh is even described as swallowing up death. This is a very big flex, an ironic flex, over Yahweh's power over life and death, because it's exactly death that's described in Ugaritic myth as having a gaping maw. It does the swallowing, not gods. Further, the dwelling place of Baal on Mount Zaphon, modern-day Jebel Akra, became metonymized into Hebrew as just the word for north, with Yahweh also primitively associated with mountains, especially Sinai Moriah. The title El Shaddai probably is just another reference to how a mountain El is assimilated over to Yahweh from the Akkadian word for mountain, though eventually Mount Zion is eventually going to be substituted out for Mount Zaphon for pride of place, but the metonymy, Zaphon as the word for north, it continues into Hebrew to this very day. Of course, with both being warrior and storm gods, it's unsurprising that Yahweh would be pitted against Baal in cultic combat. This needs to be a video game. Baal's popularity can be seen in the numerous, over a dozen theonomic place names associated with him. These are probably local manifestations of Baal, akin to the way that Roman gods were locally manifest, or even the way you get sort of avatars of Mary in various places, Our Lady of so-and-so. And further, the horror Baal's worship seems to have inspired in certain Israelite writers and prophets. And further, it's also pretty clear that in at least the first half of the monarchy, there was a pretty strong attempt to syncretize Yahweh-Baal worship, which seems reasonable, with Baal cultic objects placed in otherwise specifically Yahwistic shrines, probably to please both the local population but also the exogamous wives for whom Baal was the central native god in their religion. The Israelites would marry outside of the Israelite group in order to basically secure international relationships like everyone else. Thus, this was very likely an attempt to assimilate Baal to Yahweh, just as with El in the north. However, the southern cult was never quite this comfortable, and purges by several southern kings, such as by Hezekiah, Jehu, and most famously Josiah, sought to completely deracinate non-Yahweh worship and even non-Jerusalemite Yahweh worship. They didn't even want you worshiping Yahweh somewhere else. However, it appears that by the 8th century BCE that the Israelite prophets, such as Elijah and Elisha, really rejected any form of syncretism, and the narrative describes multiple contest-like ordeals between the Israelite Yahweh partisans and the Baal cult and the Asherah cult, especially as backed by Ahab and his Phoenician wife Jezebel, who gets an unwarrantedly evil reputation. You can hear, by the way, the Baal theonym in her name. In fact, the scribes of the Hebrew Bible so hated Baal that theonymics employing his name underwent taboo replacement with the Hebrew word for shame, boshet. Thus, names like Esh-Baal become Esh-Boshet, Meri-Baal become Meri-Boshet. Even the goddess Astarte becomes Ashtoreth, using the vowel pattern from the word for shame to muck about with her name. Further, the phrase Prince Baal or Baal Zebul famously becomes Baal Zebub, the Lord of the Flies, and even Daniel's term for the abomination of desolation, Shikutz Meshomeim, may become actually a pun on Baal Shemen, or Baal of the heavens, thus that the heavenly is thrown down. Thus, Baal and Yahweh were probably mutual victims of what Freud called the narcissism of minor difference. They're just that similar. The stage of ancient Canaan and ancient Israel just being, well, too small for two warrior storm gods, and with only a minor exception, Baal basically vanishes from the religious record in Canaan by the post-exilic period. Though, of course, Baal would go on to continue to function in the Phoenician deity system as Melkart as late as the rise of Christian hegemony in the late classical period. So one god had to go, and at least in that region, it ended up being Baal. Though, while not directly bearing on the development of Yahweh as a god, but more so on Yahwism as a cult, is a question of how El's consort, Athirat, would or would not be incorporated. Asherah, she appears in the Hebrew, is mentioned some 40 times throughout the Hebrew Bible, though overwhelmingly in reference to a kind of wooden ritual pole that probably represents a sacred tree of fertility, which in turn, of course, represents the goddess herself. Though there are a couple times where she's mentioned as a Pesel Asherah set up by Menashe. This is probably an engraved representation of her, maybe like those ones from the Bronze Age of her cupping her breasts, though we don't know. Unsurprisingly, the cult of Asherah was very popular, and it seems reasonable for many reasons. Fertility is popular. That Yahweh-El assimilation convergence would also result in consort exchange, such that El Athirat would become Yahweh Asherah, and that seems to be precisely what happened. Though, of course, not without some hella theological controversy. Several Israelite and Judean kings seem to have placed her cultic symbol in Yahweh temples, and equally stridently, Elijah contested with her prophets and the prophets of Baal and murdered them all, at least according to the text, and Josiah targeted her cult in his Inquisition reforms. Indeed, it's the Deuteronomists, particularly, that have the most deeply concerned worries about the elimination of her cult. Her exact status in this period is contested, while the two famous inscriptions at Kuntalit Adrud and Khirbet El Qom seem to indicate that her status was as consort of Yahweh, despite that pesky pronomial suffix, which no one quite seems to know just what to do with, and there is 50,000 volumes on that. One pronomial suffix. The overwhelming concern about her is the adoration of her cult object itself, especially in Yahweh shrines. They may have been okay with Yahweh having a wife, but not her cult object in the same shrine. While we have to acknowledge the paucity of evidence here, it seems reasonable to me that she did function as Yahweh's consort, but that this El assimilation was heavily theologically contested, especially in the South with the more emergent Yahweh monolaters. The cult object probably represented the goddess. That seems almost ipso facto true. It clearly became associated with Yahweh. The Deuteronomists constantly complain about it, and the logic of El convergence seems likely that the two were conceived together, despite, again, the general aniconic and Yahweh monolatry parties eventually that would emerge and obtain cultic hegemony, especially in the South. Now, to what degree Asherah and Astarte Ishtar were assimilated during this period is unknown. The answer is probably maybe. And further, there's a vague reference to a being called the Queen of Heaven, very disdained by Jeremiah. Who this is also unknown, though the term for the cakes that are offered to the Queen of Heaven in that text there are actually Akkadian loanwords. They're coming over from the Akkadian language. So it seems like a nod in the direction of Ishtar-Astarte assimilation, but we don't know. With the exception of a few names, especially in very archaic sources there in the Song of Devorah, the fertility and warrior goddess Anat seems to play basically little to no role in this period of the development of Yahwism, and maybe just in the whole cultic environment of Canaan. Though the bloodshed imagery associated with Ugaritic Anat, her wading through blood and gore and decapitated heads rolling about her feet and dismembered hands flying into the air about her like locusts. This needs to be a metal song. Why isn't there a metal band called Anat? You see very similar kinds of depictions of Yahweh delighting in warfare and carnage in the Song of Devorah, but honestly, I would just suspect that primitive Yahweh and Anat actually would just have made a better couple than Yahweh and Asherah, given their proclivity to massacring people. You get kind of natural-born killer vibes from that couple. But I suspect the similarities are probably just endemic to ancient total warfare, hacking people to death on the battlefield, than any actual theological convergence or assimilation between Yahweh and Anat. Of course, Yahwism would undergo further assimilation to Canaanite mythology, especially the demythologizing of the plague gods Resheph and Dever, literally burning and plague terrifying gods who come to serve as nightmarish steeds pulling the divine chariot. That is an image in the Hebrew Bible, more metal. Or the literary transfer of the mighty regal dead of the Raphauma of the Ugaritic mythology to the Rephaim as giants defeated by biblical figures as a show of force in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, I've done an entire episode tracing out just the development and history of the Rephaim from ancient Canaanite into ancient Israelite mythology, if you want to check it out. That's a fascinating development with the Rephaim. All in all, what we have is a complex, non-linear process whereby primitive Yahwism and Yahweh become implanted into the post-Bronze Age collapse of the area of the Canaanite Israelite highlands, becoming the chief, though not the sole god of the emergent Israelites. Again, this is the famous henotheism of the period, and he becomes a core aspect of their emergent national hegemony in the region. The earlier period is marked by theological convergence and divergence, assimilation and conflict, all with the local Canaanite cults and their gods, with a tendency towards syncretism in originally the more affluent northern areas, but this earns the ire of both the southern Yahweh partisans who may have been already on the path or developing in the direction of monolatry and aniconism, along with a small fraction of northern prophet shamans. With the destruction of the north in 722 BCE, the northern Yahwist refugees would be absorbed into the more anti-syncretistic, aniconic, and Yahweh monolatrous southern cult. This would develop in fits and starts until the rule of Josiah and the Deuteronomists, whose reforms, or better, Inquisition, not only sought out to eliminate non-Yahweh worship from this kingdom, but also non-Jerusalemite Yahweh worship. Again, theology and politics are the same thing here, and centralizing one centralizes the other by necessity. Hence the destruction of even Yahweh shrines in the region, like that one that was torn down there at Tel Arad. With the 6th century BCE exile of the Judean elites, who were probably majority Yahweh monolaters or even early monotheists maybe, the theology of the exile and the post-exile would represent a massive shift from a parochial Judean god to a singular cosmic god with a clear expression of monotheism first emerging in texts like Trito Isaiah. Monotheism would mark the post-exilic period. Yahwism went into exile. Judaism came back. And that's a point I'd like to drive home. In my mind, the transition to the universal monotheism of Judaism would come at a price. And that price would be the particularism of Yahweh as Yahweh. Far from the primitive warrior storm god of the desert wilds of the Arava, or even the quilted together deity forged in the religious crucible of contestation and assimilation of the period of the judges in the northern and southern kingdoms, the theological tension would now be between the god of Judaism as a people, both sovereign and diasporic, with a truly universal being transcending all differences, responsible for even the cosmos itself, even abstracted to utter transcendence by both apocalyptic mysticism and Hellenistic philosophy. The distinction now would be, what kind of universal God are you going to get? A parochial Judean one or a more philosophical abstract one? And it would be the promise of universal salvation, reserved once only for the Judeans, matched by this cosmic apocalypticism and eschatological fervor in which Yahweh would become a father to a sacrificed son for the salvation of both Jew and Gentile. That would set the stage for the next part of this epic story, the transition of Yahweh from a Judean god to simply God for billions and billions of human beings.
I see Brandon in the back of the chat. What's going on, Brandon? Nah, you look like you. Yeah, nah. Keep you back there. Keep you back there, Brandon. Medieval manuscript only. Erasmus had 6 medieval manuscripts from the 12th to 15th century, missing so much access to earlier manuscripts, it was crazy. Erasmus literally translated missing sections from Latin, creating Greek texts that never existed in ancient manuscripts. So if you're reading Revelations in King James Version, Erasmus made that up. Imagine that. The Erasmus edition. Wow. This is crazy. Throw that King James away. Historical context. When these texts were compiled. One thing about it is it can't be chronology. If people are talking and they're not willing to show you the work, and they're not willing to show you the chronology, then you know that they have an agenda. You should be able to show your work, right? Original biblical period, 1200 BC to 100 CC. This is roughly the Iron Age period. The Hebrew Bible and the New Testament books originally written. Texts existed in multiple versions without standardization. We get down here to around BC. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls. Which is the Qumran text. Preserving earlier textual traditions with significant variations. So mind you, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Qumran texts are going to always preserve the traditions of the land of Canaan, the Ugaritic texts, right? They all share the same Canaanite lexicon. We have the early Christian texts around 100 CE. And then when we jump to around 800 to 1000 CE, we have the Masoretic text. Around 1500 CE, we have the Textus Receptus. Oh my God, that's so, I can't believe that. Did you guys not know that? You guys not know that Erasmus compiled this New Testament for y'all? Throw it away. That makes me question a lot about Jesus. Was he a made-up character? The Dead Sea Scrolls discovery in 1947. Ancient manuscripts discovered revealing texts 1,000 years older than the Masoretic. Sources with significant differences. The critical time gap. The Masoretic text was compiled between 600 to 1,000 years ago. After the last books of the Hebrew Bible were written, during this enormous span, texts were copied, interpreted, and modified through changing theological lenses. Jewish theology had evolved significantly from the Second Temple Judaism through the rabbinic period. And these theological developments inevitably influenced textual transmission. Similarly, the Textus Receptus relied on, this text is so hard to read, small. The Textus Receptus relied on manuscripts created 1,400 years after the New Testament books were originally written. Similarly, the Textus Receptus relied on manuscripts created 1,400 years after the New Testament books were originally written. So that's like, we're in the year 2000. This is like somebody in the year freaking 3500. That's crazy. These medieval Greek manuscripts represented textual traditions that had passed through centuries of copying, with scribes occasionally I can't see that word. Something parallel passages, clarifying ambiguous readings, and inadvertently introducing errors. There should never be an error in the Word of God. The Word of God shouldn't have errors in it. God doesn't make mistakes, especially not in His book. Theological evolution. During these make the screen a lot better. I can zoom up the screen a little bit. It says both Jewish and Christian theology underwent profound transformations. Early Israelite religion's complex relationship with divine beings evolved into strict rabbinic monotheism. Early Israelite religious complex relationship with God evolved into strict rabbinic monotheism. Christian theology developed from diverse early beliefs into Orthodox Trinitarian doctrine. These theological shifts shaped how scribes understood and transmitted the text they copied. They're distorting them based on their own beliefs. The Masoretes themselves and medieval Christian scribes weren't neutral copyists. They were believers working with an established theological framework. When faced with textual ambiguities or variant readings, they naturally gravitated toward interpretations consistent with their contemporary understanding of God and the divine nature. Of course. Of course, they're not going to give our black ass the benefit of the doubt. We find out in Egypt as well, when they were making discoveries in Egypt of the pyramids and stuff like that, the pharaohs and the tombs, and they were clearly, discovering black people. Well, based upon their European, biases and beliefs, and they were like, oh no, of course they're not black people. Black people aren't capable of such high society. They gotta be white, right? And they just and that was based off of their racist, elitist attitude. It wasn't the truth. But this is what the same thing that the Masoretes did when they wrote the Bible. Edited the Bible, right? When they removed the polytheism out of it, when they removed the Elohim out of it, when they removed El out of it, right? And inserted Yahweh. That's what they did. When they inserted certain vowel points, that's what they did. When they changed the meaning of words that weren't there. The Dead Sea Scrolls discovery. The revolutionary archaeological evidence, right? The discovery, 1947, a Bedouin shepherd searching for a lost, we know the story, for a lost goat in the Quran along the Dead Sea, blah, blah, blah. Over the next decade, archaeologists and Bedouins explored 11 caves, excuse me, family, uncovering approximately 900 manuscripts from 250 BC, dating to about 68 CE. So they found 900 manuscripts. These scrolls included biblical texts, sectarian documents, and apocryphal works preserved by the dry Dead Sea climate for about 2,000 years. Crucially, they predated the Masoretic text by about 1,000 years, offering an unprecedented window into how biblical texts existed before medieval standardization. So these Qumran texts are 1,000 years older than the Masoretic text, and they're totally different. They're 1,000 years earlier. They contain about an extra 200 different biblical texts that aren't included in the Masoretic text, and the oldest text date to about 250 BC. Well, they date to about 250 BC. I'm sorry. It says the scrolls preserve older Hebrew linguistic forms and vocabulary, revealing how biblical language evolved over centuries of transformation. So it also shows the difference in pronunciation of the words, right? That are different than the Nakut systems that are taught in the Masoretic. Textual variants, thousands. I want to damn near say it was 7,000. 7,000 of textual differences from the Masoretic text were documented, ranging from spelling variations to entire phrases and verses with altered meanings. Meaning the Dead Sea Scrolls said one thing and the Masoretic text says another. The Masoretes added Nakut systems and changed the words and altered meanings. What else did the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls do? The scrolls revealed that multiple versions of biblical books circulated simultaneously in ancient Judah, challenging the notion of a single authoritative text in antiquity. There's about three different groups going around. The Palestinians, the Tiberian vocalization system, you got a Babylonian vocal system or script that Ezra brought back. And that's another thing. Y'all around here talking about y'all writing Hebrew, speaking Hebrew. You're not writing Hebrew because the KJV Ivri script stopped being in use before 600 BC. You're using the script that Ezra brought back. You're using the KJV Asher script. You're using the Assyrian block script. And you have applied Masoretic Nakuts. You have applied Masoretic Nakuts, right, to an Assyrian script and saying it's Hebrew. That's crazy. You're not writing Hebrew. You're writing Assyrian. You're writing Aramaic. You're writing using an Assyrian, the Ashuric script, with the Masoretic Nakut system, vocalization system, saying you speak in Hebrew. It's crazy. Comparative analysis. Masoretic text versus Dead Sea Scrolls variants. Let's see. Let's compare them. Deuteronomy 32, Divine Counsel. In the Masoretic text it says, when the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the people according to the numbers of the sons of Israel. That's the Masoretic. The Dead Sea Scrolls say, when the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the people according to the numbers of the sons of God. totally different totally different reading. One says sons of Israel, one says sons of God. The Dead Sea Scroll preserves the older tradition of the Ugaritic Canaanite tradition of sons of Beni Elohim, sons of God. The Masoretic text shows the later redacted, edited tradition where the word Israel and other redactions we see the word Yahweh added. This variant is theologically explosive. The Dead Sea Scrolls version suggests a divine council of multiple divine beings, sons of God, Beni Elohim, who were assigned different nations. This is the pantheon that I'm talking about, with Yahweh receiving Israel. Multiple divine beings, sons of God, who were assigned different nations, with Yahweh receiving Israel. The Masoretic text changed the sons of God, removed this polytheistic implication, making the passages about human tribes rather than divine beings. Nobody's gonna tell me that changing changing Beni Elohim, son of God, to sons of Israel doesn't change the meaning at all. It changes it completely. Changes it completely, Zion. Psalms 82, God for judges. In Psalms 82, the Dead Sea Scrolls support a more explicit divine council, interpretations where God stands in the congregation of God, or divine council, judging amongst the gods, Elohim. Later interpretations try to render these gods as human judges or rulers, but the ancient text suggests a pantheon of divine beings under a supreme deity. The older text suggests a pantheon of gods with a supreme deity at the top of the pantheon. The Masoretic text preserves the word Elohim, gods, in the common noun. But rabbinic interpretation consistently pushed towards understanding these as human authorities rather than divine beings. They're making everything literal. This interpretation shift happened during centuries of copying, and monotheism became more strictly divine, and any hint of multiple gods became theologically unacceptable. We ain't gonna talk about more than one, like that's, not in this house, huh? The original polytheistic content. Ancient Israelite texts reflect a worldview where Yahweh was a supreme deity among other divine beings, each assigned to different nations. A common ancient Near Eastern theological framework. That's common. They ain't no different than nobody else. They just another Semitic tribe with the same Semitic practices. It's nothing different. Transitional period. As Israelite religion evolved toward monetary worship of one God while acknowledging others exist, and then monotheism, scribes became uncomfortable with explicit references to other divine beings. They took the other books out. That's why a lot of those other books, like the Book of Enoch, where they talk about the Watchers and things like that, are kind of spooky. They took all that out. But you'll find Jesus referencing the Book of Enoch. You'll find Jesus referencing all these other books in the New Testament that aren't in there. And you wonder, like, where are they at? They were removed because they didn't align with the Masoretes' worldview of monotheism. Right? It's easy. Medieval standardization. By the time the Masoretes compiled their text, strict monotheism was non-negotiable. Textual variants that could suggest multiple gods were corrected to align with contemporary theology. They sat around and said, look, these are the texts. Wherever we see any sort of polytheism or hint of Elohim, where it could be meaning multiplicity or, divine gods, us, they couldn't get all of it out. We'll replace it with the tetragram, Yahweh. But they didn't, they missed a few spots, right? The Isaiah variants. The Great Isaiah Scroll. So we can talk about this as a primary source. The Isaiah Scrolls. The Great Isaiah Scrolls differ from the Masoretic text in over 2,800 instances. Wow. (2,800 instances, with some variations affecting understanding of messianic prophecies in divine nature. Please don't never, ever, ever read the King James Version and saying you're reading the Word of God. Just alone, the Isaiah scroll, reading in its original context will give you a totally different reading than reading it in the King James Version or reading the Masoretic text. Or the Masoretic text away. And I'll challenge any Hebrew scholar who's using a vocalization system based off of the Masoretic text or the Tiberian vocalization system, saying that's the proper vocalization system to use is the Tiberian system. No, it's not. That Abba Gada, that's some bullshit as well. But the Tiberian system is bullshit too. It's damn near 2,000 years later. It's crazy. Exodus alterations. Some Dead Sea Scroll versions of Exodus contain different wordings about divine appearances and the nature of God's presence, suggesting more anthropomorphic early conception. In regards to in the book of Samuel, there are over 40 differences. It says there are over 40 manuscripts contain entire passages, where it says entire passages absent from the Masoretic text. Wow, including additional material about Saul's reign and different descriptions of divine human interaction, are totally missing from the Masoretic script. You need to read that Dead Sea Scroll. You need to read that Dead Sea Scroll. Not the King James, or not the Masoretic, or definitely not that Textus Receptus. They just adding shit. They done rewrote Revelations. Erasmus rewrote Revelations. Samuel just added, the Masoretes added in the coot systems that wasn't there. This is crazy. This is crazy. Critical scholarship, modern Texas analysis methods. Textual criticism. Modern textual criticism employs scientific methods to compare thousands of manuscript variations using principles like latio, the fictoropotura. The more difficult reading is preferable because these scribes typically simplify rather than complicated text. Scholars examine scribal patterns, linguistic evolution, and theological tendencies to determine which readings are likely original. Comparative linguistics. By studying related Semitic languages like Ugaritic, Akkadian, Aramaic, and others, scholars can identify when Hebrew words in biblical texts align with earlier or later linguistic forms. The Dead Sea Scrolls often preserve archaic grammatical structures and vocabulary that the Masoretic text modernized, revealing layers of textual transmissions. That means they edited and redacted. We're almost done, guys. Comparative religion. Studying ancient Near Eastern texts, Mesopotamian, Canaanite, Egyptians, reveal common theological concepts that biblical texts share. The divine council concept appears in Ugaritic texts where El presides over an assembly of gods. Early biblical texts echo these patterns, suggesting Israelite religions emerged from, rather than in opposition to, its cultural context. So the argument is going to be that the Israelites emerged from Canaanite culture, Ugaritic culture. I'll make an argument. I've actually demonstrated earlier that some of the some of the Ugaritic kings had Hebrew names. His name was Abir Anu, Ibar Anu. He spelled it Ibaranu, Ibar Anu. Then, of course, I will make an argument that his son, Hammurabi, would be Hebrew as well. Theological implications. Critical scholarship has revealed that the biblical text underwent theological development over centuries. What we read in the Masoretic text and Textus Receptus represent later stages of this evolution, after texts had been interpreted and occasionally modified to align with developed monotheistic theology. This doesn't necessarily undermine faith, but it does require acknowledging that our standardized biblical texts are not pristine windows into the original words, but rather products of complex transmission history shaped by changing theological understanding. When you edit the words of God, you're changing the meaning. When you're taking out words like God's and making it and putting Israel and putting tetragrams, you're changing the word of God. Monotheism versus polytheism. The divine council. I'm not going to read all this. I'm going to get through this and open up the panel. We know what monotheism and polytheism is at this point. But this chart is showing the different stages of the monotheism, how it developed. It shows how early pre-Israelite religion was early practiced early polytheism, all the way up into the monarchic period, where they practiced was more of a form of henotheism, where they had one deity as a supreme deity, and then they had a pantheon, Elohim, his sons underneath him, which slowly developed into a form of monotheism post exile. And then, of course, when we get to the Masoretic period, the medieval Masoretic period, you see that they've edited and used redactive editing to where we have a now complete strict form of monotheistic, where there is but one complete deity, supreme deity, and that is Yahweh. Case studies. So where it says agreement, so it seems to be about 75% in agreement, to be fair. There's a 25. There's a 25% where there's a significant variant, which is a lot. To be fair, it's damn near 50%, like a significant variance. Well, about 30%, which is still a great percentage. 25% significant variant. Proportion of text containing meaningful differences affecting interpretation. That's a lot. 25%, where is the definition, it means it's totally different. 5% theological impact. Estimated percentage of variants that alter the theological understanding significantly. 5%, that's a lot. 75%, approximate percentage where the Dead Sea Scrolls align closely to the Masoretic. They got some of it right. You got some of it right. Implications for modern biblical interpretations and faith. For biblical interpretations, recognizing the Masoretic text and Textus Receptus represent later stages of textual development requires scholars and readers to approach biblical texts with greater historical awareness. The texts we read today have been shaped by centuries of theological interpretation, not just mechanical copying. Understanding this doesn't necessarily undermine faith, but it does require intellectual honesty about how you read current biblical versions. Modern critical, I don't know if I can read that good, see that at the bottom. Let's see.
Is an expert in textual criticism, and he has a particular focus on the Byzantine text. He takes a Byzantine priority approach, and we're going to be taking a look at some critiques that another scholar has made, Dr. Dirk Youngkind, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, and he's made some critiques against the Byzantine text, I think in a very charitable spirit, and we'll address those as well in a charitable spirit, but we're going to present a different perspective of what he does. And in his book, which is really an introduction to the Tyndale House Greek New Testament, he offers some critique against the Byzantine text that I want to ask Dr. Robinson about. So what I'm going to do, Dr. Robinson, I'm going to share my screen, hopefully, and we'll address.
There's a lot of work that goes into making a podcast. The setup is one thing, then you've still got to edit. This is where Riverside comes in. Riverside helps with the entire process of making a podcast, from recording to edit.
Some of these questions. So one of the issues that Dr. Youngkind raises is, does later dominance prove originality? And I'm going to share a quote from Dr. Youngkind here. And he talks about the argument that's been put forward by yourself and other Byzantine advocates. He says, let's think about the argument first from the standpoint of transmission, namely that normal transmission would guarantee the dominant survival of the original text. Clearly, this is an a priori theoretical argument, and this argument will interpret and explain the evidence in a certain way. And taken on its own, it may even be right. But what is the evidence in favor of this assumption, besides the dominance of Byzantine text in later centuries? Admittedly, the manuscript evidence we have from the 4th century and earlier is limited, but none of the individual pieces of evidence suggest the existence of anything like text. Dr. Robinson, and I'll give you a chance to respond to Dr. Youngkind's critique here.
Okay, well, the critique that Dirk is writing is not unusual. It's the same critique that you have coming from others, such as Metzger or Eldon Epp or Gordon Fee or others that favor the critical text. There's no surprise in this, but the argument on this issue of the dominance, as Dirk wrote it, that it was a theoretical assumption, is not an argument with my own position. It's an argument with what Westcott and Hort themselves said, and it was really Hort. He's the one that wrote their introduction, but Hort said very simply, and this is on page 45 of their introduction, as soon as the numbers of a minority exceed what can be explained by accidental coincidence, their agreement can only be explained on genealogical grounds. We have thereby passed beyond purely numerical relations, and the necessity of examining the genealogy of both minority and majority has become apparent. And then the key issue, a theoretical presumption indeed remains that a majority of extant documents is more likely to represent a majority of ancestral documents at each stage of transmission than vice versa. So if the argument is theoretical from Dirk Youngkind's perspective, then the argument is with Hort. It's not with my position. And I don't think that he wants to argue that much against Hort. He doesn't want to accept their theory in detail, but this is one of the foundation points that they start with, that there is that theoretical presumption, which then they spend the rest of the time in their introduction attempting to nullify. And the question is, if they could not successfully nullify that theoretical presumption, which modern scholars know they could not do because they reject the Westcott-Hort position and their theory, method, and genealogy approach, then everything kicks back to the original theoretical presumption. It doesn't just suddenly move into some new sphere where the presumption isn't present. So I would say, despite the fact that Dirk says this, the theoretical presumption still remains that normal transmission, this is Dirk's own words now, would guarantee the dominant survival of the original text. And as he said, this is an a priori theoretical argument, but also he said that this argument will interpret and explain the evidence in a certain way. And he at least favorably admits this argument may even be right.
Right. I noticed that.
I can say amen to that. So I think he's being much kinder in this approach than a lot of other critics are who want to just say there's no possibility. Mm-hmm. He's allowing the possibility here. So I'm all in favor of that aspect of what he's saying.
Yeah. So if I could kind of sum up kind of in a more of a maybe layman's terminology here, basically what Hort has said, and correct me if I get this wrong, but basically what Hort has said is that when you come across this vast swath of manuscripts, when you have this incredible amount of dominance, the presumption would be that this goes back to the original text, unless you have really good, compelling arguments against that, basically defeaters of that a priori position. Then you need to assume that this dominance is there because it goes back to the original. And what you're saying is that's what Hort tried to establish, but even modern textual critics say Hort failed.
Well, what happened was Hort's way of getting rid of this dominance was that he would say the Byzantine text had to have been created by a formal recension revision process that took place in the 4th century. If that formal revision did not take place, then he had no way otherwise to explain the rise and dominance of the Byzantine text, and everything then would have to shift back to the theoretical presumption. So the theoretical presumption is there, but it also fits in with what normal textual transmission, apart from any formal recension, would theoretically result in. And that's all that my position has been. And it's not just me, but my co-editor Pierpont, the same position, that we're saying if there was no formal recension in the 4th century creating the Byzantine text, everything reverts back to Hort's original theoretical presumption.
Yep. Oh, that makes sense. So one of the Dirk's other points here is that there isn't. So while you'll find individual readings sometimes in the earlier manuscripts from the Byzantine text as a continuous text form, maybe that's the way to say it, you don't find it before the 4th century. And how would you respond to that?
Well, it's guaranteed that there is no single manuscript before the 4th century that has a thoroughly Byzantine text. They just don't exist. Why is that? Well, manuscripts before the 4th century are going to have been written on papyri. Those papyri, except in areas that have the exceedingly dry climate like Egypt, are not going to survive. They will end up getting worn by use. They'll get damaged by dampness, and they just don't survive except in a dry climate. So it is no surprise that the papyri we have primarily came from Egypt. Some may be from what would be in the southern Palestinian area, but these papyri coming from this region probably would be expected to reflect an Egyptian regional text. And I have no problem with that. I expect them to do so. It doesn't mean that the Egyptian manuscripts are so radically different from the Byzantine that you can't recognize one from the other. In contrast, as I've pointed out many times, 94% of the text between, say, the critical text of the Nesalalan text and the Byzantine text, 94% is identical with no variation. And even if you go to the papyri that have their own scribal blunders, errors, and everything else, they still have an exceedingly high degree of agreement with the ultimate Byzantine text form. So I have no problem with seeing most of the text being preserved in even the papyri, except that it's just not going to be any papyrus being thoroughly Byzantine under those circumstances. But if we had papyri from the primary Greek-speaking region, which would be anything from basically around the Jerusalem area going northward up through Syria into Asia Minor and then even to southern Italy, that's the primary Greek-speaking area. That area includes where most of the New Testament documents either were written or where they were sent to. And the documents from those regions, by and large, not all of them, but by and large, they reproduce a Byzantine form of the text. So I'm not surprised that if you get down to Egypt, you may have a localized Egyptian form of the text that may have some relation or connection with the Coptic translation of the Byzantine text with, say, Alexandrian text critical know-how having been applied to the text to prepare it for the Coptic version. So to have Greek manuscripts, primarily from that region, that may have some Coptic leanings is no surprise in any case. And that would even include going up to the earliest vellum manuscripts that we have, Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, that do reflect a text that is far closer to the Egyptian Coptic version than it is to either the Byzantine or the Latin type, Western type text. So there is, wherever Sinaiticus and Vaticanus were copied, there is still a tie-in and connection that is much closer to the Coptic version than anything else, which tends to give you some Egyptian source for that, as opposed to what you might have expected coming from the primary Greek-speaking region, where papyri just simply didn't survive after the 4th century.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. So it seems like to me, I heard James Snap Jr. once say that favoring the manuscripts that have these Alexandrian readings is kind of like favoring the manuscripts that have the best weather. And I thought that was pretty funny.
It might be actually astutely correct, because the best weather is the dry weather that preserve those manuscripts.
Right. So another question I was going to ask you in regards to this. So with the rise of a newer generation of critical text proponents, I'm thinking of people like people that you know and are friendly with, Peter Gurry and some of the younger guys that are coming on the scene now. How do they typically, and I'm not asking you to speak specifically to Peter Gurry, but in a general sense, how do critical text proponents explain the rise and preeminence of the Byzantine text?
The current view, which really goes back to Caldwell and later was followed by the Allens, and that was the process view, that over time you would have slight changes, some accretions made, additions to the text. Some things may have been paraphrased. They may have had changes in word order, substitution of easier words for more difficult, and that the process would slowly, step by step, move a text from, assuming the Alexandrian were original, from the Alexandrian text, it would slowly, step by step, move inexorably, is the word that someone used, toward what becomes the Byzantine text by the 4th century. So basically within 300 years or 200 and something years, that this process on its own, without controls being imposed, that would be like a recension that Westcott Hort had suggested, that somehow in these 250 years, the process would just suddenly move to a Byzantine form of the text, which after that point barely changed at all for the next 1,000 years. Why would the process not have continued and the text of, say, 1200 AD not at all look like the text of, say, 400 or 500 or 600 AD, when it actually looks more like the 1200 AD than it does the ones previous to the 4th century. So this is part of the problem.
Yeah, no, that's very, very interesting. So I think we've covered quite a bit of ground in this first video. I've got some more objections from Dr. Dirk Youngkind. I'm hesitating because I might be mispronouncing his last name. I apologize if you watch this, Dr. Youngkind. I'm mispronouncing your name, but we'll probably save those for another segment. And Dr. Robinson, I really appreciate you coming on. Appreciate your time, and look forward to talking to you again.
Okay, glad to do it.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled
Had a few videos, a few presentations. Panels open at this moment. Have any comments, any contention, want to just build, want to jump on, have any questions, anything? Panel is open. The link is in the comment section. I'll leave it open for a few moments. If I have anyone on the panel, then I'll just end the show. Okay, I'm gonna keep it going. So the panel is open. So I'm gonna show this one little last video. It's pertinent to everything that I've been talking about, showing today. So it's a good topic. So the panel is open. The video will be playing. So if you want to jump on the panel, I will add you on, and then we can go over the video that's playing. And if you want to stop it or have commentary on it, then just let me know. I'll stop it. And then we can comment back and forth over it and kind of go over it together. So just let me know.
In a town called Rahisu. A similar term was also found on tablets from the archives of the nearby ancient city of Ebla, though it can't be confirmed if this also is a reference to Canaan and its people. While we could go back tens of thousands of years, for our purposes here, we'll begin our story during one of the most transformative periods in human history, the Neolithic or Agricultural Revolution. This era marked the shift from a nomadic, hunter-gatherer lifestyle to settled agricultural communities. Although this transition occurred independently in various parts of the world, Canaan and the surrounding areas of the Fertile Crescent are believed by most scholars to be the first place where this phenomenon began around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. The land that was once Canaan is home to some of the world's oldest continuously inhabited settlements, with Jericho being the most famous. Archaeological evidence indicates that Jericho has been occupied for over 11,000 years, making it one of the earliest known human settlements. The site has revealed numerous layers of occupation spanning various historical periods, including the Neolithic and Bronze Ages. Throughout its long history, Jericho has been strategically located near key trade routes linking Egypt and Africa to Western Asia, Mesopotamia, ancient Iran, and beyond. During the early Bronze Age, around 3300 BC, the first walled towns began to appear across the Canaanite countryside. These towns were typically small, housing about 2,000 inhabitants, though larger settlements may have contained 3,000 to 5,000 people. The walls were generally constructed from large stones or mud bricks. One of the best preserved sites from this period is Tel Arad, where the town's defensive wall featured semicircular bastions at regular intervals. As time progressed, fortifications in these towns grew more complex, and by around 2000 BC, some towns were even encircled by double or triple lines of defensive walls.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making
Unfortunately, the absence of written records makes it difficult to determine the political landscape of early Bronze Age Canaan. However, it is believed that the region was composed of many independent city-states, each controlling the surrounding land and nearby villages. These city-states may have been governed by a chieftain, a council of elders, or a king. The existence of defensive city walls suggests conflict between Canaanite city-states and possibly attacks from outsiders. Due to its location, Canaan was heavily influenced by the cultures of both Egypt to the west and Mesopotamia to the east. During the Middle Bronze Age, roughly from 1950 to 1500 BC, Canaan often fell under the dominance of various powers. In the south, Egyptian influence was strong, while the central and northern regions were more closely connected with kingdoms like Yamhad, and later, the Hurrian kingdom of the Mitanni. While the Egyptians and regional powers of Western Asia sought control over Canaan's lucrative trade routes, many Canaanites sought refuge in Egypt, drawn by greater economic opportunities. A now famous mural on the tomb wall of an Egyptian nobleman at Beni Hassan, dating to around 1900 BC, clearly depicts people of Canaanite origin being presented to an Egyptian court. Further evidence of their presence in Egypt comes from discoveries in the Nile Delta region, where settlements, such as the city of Avaris, have unmistakably Canaanite features, as indicated by the architectural style of many of the buildings, pottery shards, and other artifacts that have been uncovered there. The reasons for Canaanite migration to Egypt varied. Some arrived with trading caravans and eventually settled in the Delta region or the more populated parts of the Nile Valley. Others came as laborers, drawn by abundant farming and construction jobs, especially during the Middle Kingdom. Some served as mercenaries or bodyguards, manning border fortresses or serving in the household guard of wealthy Egyptians. And finally, after numerous armed conflicts with the Egyptians, where they ended up on the losing side, many Canaanites were brought to Egypt as slaves. Today, Egyptologists recognize that Egypt's 15th dynasty, whose rulers are referred to as Asiatics in later Egyptian texts, and also known as the Hyksos, were of Canaanite origin. During this period, many prosperous Canaanite cities and ports flourished, including the coastal cities of Byblos, Sidon, and Tyre, which developed close trade relationships with Egypt and were especially known for exporting high-quality cedar wood, cloth, and wine. Other notable cities included Hatzor, Megiddo, Beth Shean, Dor, and Ashkelon. It's believed that the population of Canaan at this time may have reached close to 150,000 people, most of whom lived on the coastal plains along the eastern Mediterranean Sea, the Jezreel Valley, or the upper Jordan Valley. The Canaanite peoples adopted many new technologies and innovations from their neighbors, particularly with regard to warfare, including the composite bow, chariots, battering rams, and siege towers. However, they were also highly innovative. Canaanite scribes, who were proficient in their local languages, as well as in Akkadian cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphs, used this knowledge to maintain records of exchanges with their region's many trading partners. To manage the large volume of trade data, along with the need for quick record-keeping, around 1600 BC, Canaanite scribes developed a simpler writing system by combining common signs from these two major scripts, thereby creating the first alphabet. This early alphabet facilitated communication among diverse groups speaking different languages, and today stands as one of humanity's greatest achievements. The Late Bronze Age, between 1550 and 1150 BC, was perhaps the most pivotal period in Canaan's ancient history, largely due to the ambitions of its neighbors. To the north, in central Anatolia, was the land of Hatti, ruled by the Hittites. To the northeast, in northern Mesopotamia, was the Hurrian Federation, known as the Kingdom of the Mitanni. However, the greatest influence, and indeed domination, over Canaan came from the budding empire to its southwest, Egypt. Around 1550 BC, Pharaoh Ahmose of Egypt's 18th dynasty expelled the last Hyksos ruler from Egypt and launched a ruthless campaign of conquest, ultimately leading to his descendants ruling nearly all of Canaan. The motivation for this was clear. According to Egyptian documents, the Hyksos had invaded Egypt from Canaan. To prevent other Canaanite groups or regional powers like the Mitanni and Hittites from doing the same, it became a matter of security for the pharaohs to control this region. At the very least, Canaan would serve as a buffer between Egypt and the potentially hostile forces to the east. Controlling this region would also give Egypt full access to all the resources and lucrative trade routes found within Canaan. Between 1550 and 1450 BC, city after city in Canaan and the western Levant fell to the Egyptians. Several 18th dynasty pharaohs, including Thutmose I, campaigned in the region, pushing as far as the Euphrates River. Although this was more of a raid than a conquest, its intent was clear: to signal to the Mitanni that Canaan was now within Egypt's sphere of influence. In the mid-15th century BC, Pharaoh Thutmose III focused on the full conquest of Canaan. His most famous military campaign was also his first in the region, which culminated in the Battle of Megiddo in the Jezreel Valley, where he faced a coalition of rebellious Canaanite states and their allies, led by the king of Kadesh. After a 7-month siege, Megiddo surrendered, paving the way for the conquest of all Canaan. The capture of Megiddo was only the beginning. Thutmose III led another 16 campaigns into the region, extending Egyptian influence beyond the Euphrates River and deep into Mitanni territory near the city of Carchemish. For the first time in its recorded history, the politically fragmented land of Canaan was largely united, though under foreign rule. Wars between Egypt and the Mitanni continued until the reign of Thutmose IV, who ruled from 1400 to 1390 BC. During this time, a formal peace and treaty of friendship were established. The peace between these two great powers brought much-needed stability to Canaan, at least from the Egyptian perspective, as it allowed them to collect taxes and extract resources at will. Archaeological evidence indicates that many Canaanite settlements were abandoned during this period, and that the population declined significantly, possibly to as few as 70,000 people. This decline may have been due to the migration of many Canaanites to Egypt for work, as the kingdom on the Nile reached its zenith under Pharaoh Amenhotep III. On average, there were about 15 to 20 major Canaanite cities under Egyptian control between the years 1500 to 1200 BC. Each city was governed by a Canaanite mayor who answered directly to the pharaoh. Though often locally born, most mayors were raised and educated at the Egyptian court, making them well-versed in Egyptian customs and fostering greater loyalty to the crown. Canaanite mayors generally served the pharaoh and his government in 3 main ways. First, they were required to provide the Egyptian army with troops when needed, a standard duty for all Near Eastern vassals. They were also responsible for collecting taxes on behalf of the Egyptian king, typically paid in grain, olive oil, wine, and other foodstuffs. Additionally, mayors often supplemented these with silver, glass, precious stones, copper, timber, incense, and other luxury items that passed through their territories via merchant caravans. And finally, Canaanite mayors were expected to provide hospitality to any Egyptian dignitaries, generals, officers, soldiers, tax collectors, or other personnel sent by the pharaoh. This included sheltering and providing them with food. Though the Canaanite mayor had his own local militia, it was often not enough, and requests for more Egyptian troops were common. During the reign of Pharaoh Amenhotep IV, better known as Akhenaten, significant political instability seems to have affected much of Canaan, particularly in the north around Byblos and the border region of Amuru. This information comes from a series of 60 letters dictated by Rib Hada, the mayor of Byblos, who frequently complained to the pharaoh about threats to his city and the lack of resources to address them. These letters are part of the collection of international correspondence known as the Amarna letters. The apparent lack of response from the pharaoh and other officials suggests either disinterest in the region or an inability to take meaningful action.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this.
A section of one such letter reads, "Speak to the king, my lord, the sun god, the message of Rib-Hadda, your servant. At the feet of my lord, the sun god, 7 times and 7 times I have fallen. May the lady of the city of Byblos grant strength to the king, my lord. Now, thus I write to the king, my lord, but he does not heed my words. Now, for 2 years I have been robbed of my grain. There is no grain for us to eat. What shall I say to my yeoman farmers? Their sons and their daughters, the furnishings of their houses are gone as payment in the land of Yarimuta to sustain their lives. Furthermore, may the king, my lord, heed the words of his loyal servant, and may he send grain in the hold of ships, that he may sustain his servant and his city, and may he give 400 troops and 30 pairs of horses, just as he gave Surata, and may they protect the city for you." Rib-Hadda never got the troops he asked for. In general, Canaanite mayors were distrustful and hostile toward one another, as evidenced by numerous instances in the Amarna letters. From the perspective of the Egyptian government, this may have been the preferred situation, as it prevented Canaanite leaders from uniting to rebel against the increasingly unpopular Egyptian presence in Canaan. Egyptian troops only intervened when conflicts escalated beyond control. However, more formidable threats soon emerged. By the mid-14th century BC, the Hurrian kingdom of the Mitanni had collapsed under pressure from Assyria to the east, and, more significantly for Canaan, the Hittite Empire to the north. Egypt's apparent neglect of its most distant Asian territories, as well as Hittite military incursions, eventually brought parts of northern Canaan and the Levant into alliances with Hatti. With the end of the 18th dynasty, a new line of rulers, which Egyptologists identify today as the 19th dynasty, came to power. By this time, Egypt was fully engaged in war with the Hittites. The Egyptians would occasionally regain territory along their northern border, only to lose it again in subsequent years. Although there were brief periods of calm, the conflict showed no signs of abating. In the spring of 1274 BC, rumors spread that King Muwatalli II of the Hittite Empire was personally leading a campaign to the Canaanite city of Kadesh, with the aim of pushing further south into Canaan. Egypt's pharaoh at the time, Ramesses II, had little choice but to act. If the Hittite king was personally leading his army into Canaan, then Ramesses had to do the same. The battle that would soon follow was one of the most famous of the Bronze Age, the Battle of Kadesh. In May of 1274 BC, Ramesses II and his army marched into what was effectively a trap set by Muwatalli. Although Ramesses II's numerous inscriptions later claim a decisive victory, most historians conclude that the famous Battle of Kadesh was, at best, a stalemate between the two regional powers, if not a disaster for the Egyptians. The Egyptians never reached the walls of Kadesh, lost half their army, and faced rebellions throughout their territories in Canaan. Although these revolts were ruthlessly suppressed, they never regained the territories in Canaan that they'd lost to Muwatalli. Though the Hittites may have fared better overall, a dynastic struggle within the royal family, along with renewed pressure on his western border with Assyria, prompted the later Hittite king, Hattusili III, to ultimately sue for peace with Ramesses in 1259 BC. Once again, the end of hostilities between the two regional superpowers vying for influence in Canaan did not necessarily bring peace for the Canaanites themselves. In 1213 BC, Ramesses II died and was succeeded by his son, Merenta, whose name can also be read as Merneptah. A stela of his records how he faced opposition from the Canaanite districts of Ashkelon, Gezer, and Yanoam. Known today as the Israel stela, part of its inscription reads,
Generating a first draft with AI is easy, but polishing it, that's a nightmare. You change a single word.
Canaan is seized by every evil. Ashkelon is carried off, and Gezer is seized. Yenoam is made as that which never existed. Israel is wasted without seed. Kor is made widow of Egypt. All the lands are at peace. This inscription is the first known mention in any monument or text of a people called Israel. The archaeological record seems to confirm such conflicts and the disruptions and destruction that they wrought upon the Canaanite people and their land. Overall, the area under Egyptian rule became impoverished due to heavy taxation and the intentional destruction of many towns and villages. The exception were the larger urban centers, particularly along the Canaanite coast, where increased security came from a stronger Egyptian military presence and the wealth generated by maritime trade. Large quantities of Egyptian luxury items, such as ivory and glazed vessels, entered Canaan, while Canaanite wine, bronze tools, and textiles made their way into Egypt. Such luxuries, though, were reserved for high-ranking Egyptian officials and local elites, who at the time may have made up only 5% of the population. The other 95%, or the common people, were largely excluded from the limited prosperity that the region experienced. There were generally two classes of Canaanite commoners: artisans and farmers. The artisans were skilled laborers who created various crafts, including pottery, textiles, metal, and wooden objects. The second, and by far largest class of commoners, were the farmers, who were more like serfs and required to work the land on behalf of the aristocracy. They survived on whatever they produced and were required to give any surplus to the landowners, i.e., the Canaanite and Egyptian elites. Two other groups living on the fringes of Canaanite society are also worth mentioning: the Shasu and the Apiru. The Shasu, whose name roughly translates to foot wanderers, were shepherds. Early Egyptian New Kingdom texts mentioned them as being troublemakers and living throughout Canaan, from the northern areas of the empire in what's now southwestern Syria to the Negev desert in southern Israel. The other term, Apiru, was any person, regardless of ethnicity, who lived on the outskirts of society. In most Egyptian documents, it seems to have been a rather derogatory term given to unskilled laborers who had come to a given place as refugees and worked jobs that no one else wanted to do. In some of the Amarna letters, the term was used to label criminals and outlaws. For example, the mayor of a Canaanite city would sometimes accuse one of his rivals of conspiring with Apiru. Another excerpt of a letter from Ribhada reads, "Speak to Aman Appa, my father, the message of Ribhada, your son. At the feet of my father I have fallen. I have repeatedly said to you, are you not able to rescue me from the hand of Abdi Ashurta? All of the Apiru men are with him, and as for the city rulers, no sooner do they hear something, but they write to him. So thus he is strong." There are some scholars who believe that there's a possible connection between Apiru, as mentioned in Egyptian documents, and the Hebrew word Ibri, which literally means Hebrew, and might be a possible reference to the early Israelites. However, Apiru had become a common term in the Middle and Late Bronze Age, and without further evidence beyond the similarity in sound, any connection between the two is difficult to prove. Around 1200 BC, the Eastern Mediterranean and Aegean world was completely upended, leading to the cataclysmic end to the age of international relations that had flourished for over 2 centuries. This gradual breakdown of the old world order is commonly known as the Late Bronze Age collapse. Since this episode focuses on Canaan, we won't explore the events and causes of the Late Bronze Age collapse in detail. That said, it's important to note that scholars still disagree on the exact causes, though it was likely due to a combination of factors, including widespread drought, famine, and economic instability, which may have triggered civil unrest, large-scale migrations, and ultimately, warfare. What is clear is that by 1100 BC, societies in the Eastern Mediterranean, Aegean, and the Greater Near East had undergone significant transformations. One group consistently blamed throughout history, and often considered a primary cause of the Bronze Age collapse, are the Sea Peoples. Comprising several groups from different parts of the Mediterranean, their origins remain unclear. Some of them may have come from the Aegean and Greece, others parts of Anatolia. There's also evidence that many may have ventured east from what are today the islands of Sicily and Sardinia. Likely
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out.
Likely fleeing chaos in their own homelands, the Sea Peoples ventured en masse into the territories controlled by both the Hittite and Egyptian empires, including Canaan. Our main sources on the Sea Peoples come from texts and inscriptions dating to the end of the Late Bronze Age. For example, a letter from the once prosperous city of Ugarit, destroyed around 1185 BC, warns of impending sea-based attacks. Later inscriptions of Pharaoh Ramesses III at his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu document attacks on Egypt and Canaan by 9 different groups that made up the Sea Peoples. While the Egyptians managed to repel the Sea Peoples from Egypt, they were less successful in Canaan, ultimately losing the territory and emerging as a significantly weaker state, both militarily and economically. Despite this, Egypt fared better than most. Other states, such as the Hittite Empire, were completely wiped off the map. After the battles ended and the dust settled, several groups of Sea Peoples are believed to have established themselves in Canaan, further contributing to its growing ethnic and cultural diversity. The most famous of these were the Peliset, who are mentioned in Ramesses III's Medinet Habu inscription. Most scholars today believe that the Peliset were the ancestors of the people later known as the Philistines, who settled in the coastal area of the southern Levant during the early Iron Age. Based largely on pottery found in the region, many archaeologists believe the Peliset originated from somewhere in the Aegean. The Philistines eventually settled in 5 primary cities: Ashdod, Ekron, Gath, Ashkelon, and Gaza. Collectively, they're known as the Philistine Pentapolis. Despite the political upheaval and the influx of new populations, Canaanite culture, language, and religion continued to thrive, with many of their ethnic identities and tribal affiliations remaining intact. The collapse of the Hittite Empire and Egypt's retreat from Asia created a power vacuum in Canaan, which local Canaanite peoples began to fill by reasserting their autonomy and control. The Bronze Age Canaanite tribal groups, who had inhabited the region for centuries, emerged in the Iron Age as localized kingdoms. These included the Phoenicians in cities such as Tyre, Byblos, and Sidon, as well as the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, and the Israelites. Local textual sources and archaeological evidence from the southern Levant provide valuable insights into the development and expansion of these groups as they grew to fill the void left by the Late Bronze Age collapse. By 950 BC, the Canaanite languages of the southern Levant had evolved into a diverse array of local dialects and writing systems, often supported by royal patronage. Unlike the Canaanite mayors of the Middle Bronze Age, who, in the Akkadian language Amarna letters, groveled before their Egyptian overlord, these new local rulers asserted their independence and power by proclaiming their own achievements and legitimacy over their kingdoms in their native tongues. For example, in one of the Amarna letters, the mayor of Ashkelon addresses the pharaoh in the following way: "To the king, my lord, my God, the sun from the sky, I indeed prostrate myself on the stomach and on the back, at the feet of the king, my lord, 7 times and 7 times. I am indeed guarding the place of the king where I am. Whatever the king, my lord, has written me, I have listened to very carefully. Who is the dog that would not obey the orders of the king, his lord, the son of the sun?" Compare this to the proclamation of King Mesha of Moab from the Mesha Stela, whose allegiance is not to the pharaoh or any earthly king, but his patron deity, the god Chemosh. "I am Mesha, the son of Chemosh, the king of Moab, the Dibonite. My father was king over Moab for 30 years, and I was king after my father. And I made this high place for Chemosh in Karcho, because he has delivered me from all kings, and because he has made me look down on all my enemies." We'll examine this passage in more detail shortly.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with base 44. They're ready for you as free to
Each Iron Age kingdom in Canaan had its own patron deity. The people of Moab worshipped Chemosh, Edom revered Caus, Ammon honored Milcom, and Israel followed Yahweh. Each community had a covenant with its patron deity, swore loyalty to it, and performed sacrifices or participated in religious rituals and festivals in its honor. In return, the deity was believed to provide protection to the community. Although other deities may have been recognized, they were considered inferior to the national deity. For example, early Israelites may have acknowledged that the Moabites worshipped Chemosh, but they believed their god, Yahweh, was superior, and vice versa. Devotion to the national god or goddess became a symbol of political allegiance and patriotism toward the community, kingdom, or state. Although the deities varied between kingdoms and even tribes, Canaanites shared many common religious practices and styles of worship. Most temples and sanctuaries featured a large, raised altar, often enclosed by a wall and surrounded by standing stones, incense burners, and various cultic items such as figurines, small idols, jewelry, and food offerings. While many towns and cities had large public sanctuaries serving the entire population, or even a whole region, smaller settlements and individual households often had modest worship areas that mirrored these larger structures. For nearly 400 years, the regions of Moab, Edom, Ammon, Phoenicia, and Israel were ruled as contiguous kingdoms across the land of Canaan. Each kingdom developed its own distinct ethnic identity, with a localized religious system, a written language, and a unique material culture. East of the Dead Sea was the kingdom of Moab, first mentioned in historical records during the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses II in the late Bronze Age. His inscriptions detail military campaigns in Moab and Edom between 1290 and 1224 BC. Although these records mention his campaigns, the formation of a kingdom of Moab may not have occurred until several centuries later. According to scholars of the Hebrew Bible, Moab was conquered in the early 10th century BC by the Israelite king, David. However, about a century later, King Mesha of Moab regained independence from Israel. This is documented in the Mesha Stela, also known as the Moabite Stone. Discovered in Moab's ancient capital, Dibon, and dating to around 830 BC, the stela celebrates Mesha's achievements, including re-establishing Moabite independence with the aid of the kingdom's patron god, Chemosh. Part of its inscription reads, Omri was the king of Israel, and he oppressed Moab for many days, for Chemosh was angry with his land. And his son succeeded him, and he said, I will oppress Moab. In my days did he say so, but I looked down on him and on his house. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. And Omri had taken possession of the whole land of Medeba, and he lived there in his days, and half the days of his son, 40 years. But Chemosh restored it in my days. Later Assyrian annals record that Moab was conquered during the reign of Tiglath-Pileser III between 734 and 732 BC. After the fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire in 612 BC, Moab came under Babylonian control and was later incorporated into the Persian Empire as part of the satrapy or province of Ebir Nari, whose capital was Damascus. Another prominent Iron Age Canaanite kingdom was Edom, just south of the Dead Sea. The name is derived from a word meaning red, which is likely a reference to the color of the area's sandstone mountains. Archaeologists believe that the Edomites were a semi-nomadic people who likely entered the Negev desert around 1300 BC. They first appear in the written records of Pharaoh Merneptah, who claimed to have granted many Edomites access to the pasture lands of the eastern Nile Delta between 1210 and 1205 BC. The archaeological record offers limited details on Edomite material culture. In the Hebrew Bible, the Edomites are recorded as a subject people under King David of Israel. After the original kingdom of Israel split into two, Edom became part of the kingdom of Judah. However, by 845 BC, Edom gained its independence, only to lose it in the following century to the Assyrians. Assyrian annals provide the names of some Edomite kings. For instance, the 8th century BC records of Tiglath-Pileser III mention Kaush-Malaka of Edom, who, along with Sanipu of Ammon, Salamanu of Moab, Mitinti of Ashkelon, and Jehoaz of Judah, paid tribute to Assyria. Another Edomite king, Kaush-Gabri, appears in the 7th century BC annals of the Assyrian kings Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal. A wealthy land, due in part to its copper mines, Edom seems to have thrived under Assyrian rule. However, its fortunes changed during the Neo-Babylonian period when around 586 BC, the kingdom was completely destroyed. Like Moab, the remnants of Edom were later absorbed into the Persian satrapy of Ebir Nari. The kingdom of Ammon occupied the region east of the Jordan River and northeast of the Dead Sea, with its chief city, Rabath Ammon, located where the modern Jordanian capital, Amman, now stands. Likely formed by the consolidation of several nearby settlements towards the end of the Late Bronze Age, Ammon reached its peak between the 8th and 6th centuries BC, as evidenced by the remnants of Rabath Ammon's great acropolis and lower city. Much of what we know about Ammon comes from the textual sources of its neighbors. It's mentioned in the Hebrew Bible as both an enemy and subject of the kingdom of Israel, though archaeological evidence for this is almost non-existent. Assyrian records from the 9th century BC provide us with more information, including the names of several Ammonite kings, such as Baasa, who fought alongside a coalition of Levantine states at the Battle of Kakar in 853 BC against the army of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III. Although the battle ended in a stalemate, Ammon eventually fell to the Assyrians and remained under their rule until the 6th century BC, when it became a vassal of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. However, when the Babylonians were conquered by Cyrus the Great in 539 BC, Ammon as a political entity ceased to exist and was absorbed into the Persian satrapy of Ebir-Nari. The most famous of all kingdoms of ancient Canaan, at least in the Western world, are those of Israel and Judah. There's no shortage of scholarly work, let alone academic debates, on the history of these two iconic kingdoms. For our purposes in this program, we'll simply cover some of the most common and agreed upon points amongst archaeologists and scholars of the Hebrew Bible. The Kingdom of Israel is believed to have been established around 1000 BC. By the second half of the 10th century BC, the archaeological record shows the emergence of large urban centers featuring palatial architecture, extensive fortifications, and multi-chambered gates at sites such as Hatzor and Megiddo. Some scholars link these developments to the rise of the first Israelite monarchy, as described in the biblical narrative, a view that is potentially supported by the mention of the House of David on a stela found at the site of Tel Dan. The Kingdom of Israel was eventually split into two, with Israel in the north, centered around its capital at Samaria, and the Kingdom of Judah in the south, with its capital at Jerusalem. Though the Hebrew Bible describes how this occurred, there's little contemporary or archaeological evidence to substantiate such claims. However, the later history of both kingdoms is much better documented, though in other, mainly Assyrian sources. One of these mentions the reign of King Omri of Israel, who ruled between 885 to 874 BC. His reign is the first for which we have solid evidence of a northern kingdom called Israel. Omri and his descendants ruled during a perilous period in Israel's history, as the kingdom was caught between the two great powers of Egypt to the southwest and the encroaching Assyrian Empire from the east. Omri's successor, Ahab, joined a major anti-Assyrian coalition that fought against Shalmaneser III at the Battle of Kakar in 853 BC. Although temporarily able to maintain independence from Assyria, Israel soon found itself in conflict with its former Aramaean allies. By the 830s BC, Israel was paying tribute to the Assyrians, something that's depicted on the famous black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which shows the Israelite king, Yehu, bowing before the Assyrian emperor.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence.
From the end of Yehu's reign in 814 BC to around 740 BC, the Kingdom of Israel experienced varying degrees of autonomy, even though the Assyrians continued to claim dominion over them and the other nearby Canaanite kingdoms. This changed under the heavy-handed rule of the Assyrian king, Tiglath-Pileser III, who reigned from 745 to 727 BC and forced both Israel and Judah to swear allegiance and pay tribute to him. After Tiglath-Pileser III's death, his son, Shalmaneser V, took the throne. Both Israel and Judah withheld their tribute from the new king. Such defiance was unacceptable, and led to a renewed campaign to reassert Assyrian authority over the kingdoms, which culminated in the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel and its capital, Samaria. The historical sources are unclear as to who delivered the final blow. One source, a Babylonian chronicle, states the following. On the 25th day of the month Tebet, Shalmaneser ascended the throne in Assyria and Akkad. He ravaged Samaria. The 5th year, Shalmaneser died in the month Tebet. For 5 years, Shalmaneser ruled Akkad and Assyria. On the 12th day of the month Tebet, Sargon ascended the throne in Assyria. Shalmaneser V either died or was killed, and his brother, Sargon II, widely believed to have been a usurper, became the new king of Assyria. Sargon claimed credit for delivering the final blow to the kingdom of Israel, providing detailed accounts in his annals, part of which read, "In the beginning of my reign, when I took my seat on the royal throne and was crowned with a lordly crown, the Samarians, who agreed with another hostile king not to continue their slavery and not to deliver tribute, and who started hostility, I fought with them and completed their defeat. 27,280 people who lived therein with their chariots I carried off as spoil. 50 chariots for my royal bodyguard I mustered from among them, and the rest of them I settled in the midst of Assyria. The city of Samaria I resettled and made it greater than before. People of the lands conquered by my own hand I brought there." And so, the kingdom of Israel came to an end. The kingdom of Judah to the south fared better, at least for a time. By avoiding direct conflict with Assyria, Judah was spared the empire's wrath during the Levantine rebellions of the early 720s BC. However, about 2 decades later, under King Hezekiah, Judah, along with several Phoenician and Philistine cities, rebelled against Sargon II's son, Sennacherib. In 701 BC, Sennacherib personally led a campaign to crush the opposition. Although the Assyrians raided and destroyed several Judean towns and cities, including Lachish, they were unable to capture the capital, Jerusalem. Despite besieging the city for some time, the Assyrians eventually departed and headed back east towards Mesopotamia. Based on information from the Assyrian archives, scholars believe that the retreat was prompted by unrest in Babylonia, a region much closer to home and of greater importance to the empire than a few Canaanite states on its periphery. Eventually, Judah submitted to Sennacherib's successor, Esarhaddon, and was added to the Assyrian network of vassals and tributary states, which, at the time, also included the Canaanite cities and kingdoms of Tyre, Byblos, Gaza, Ashkelon, Ammon, Edom, and Moab. Several decades after the fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, in 586 BC, Judah was conquered by the Babylonian king, Nebuchadnezzar II, who destroyed Jerusalem and deported much of its population to Babylonia, marking the beginning of what's known as the Babylonian captivity, or exile, for much of the Israelite population. This exile ended in 539 BC, when the Achaemenid Persian king, Cyrus the Great, conquered Babylon and, within a year, allowed those Israelites living in Babylonia to return home if they wished. By then, the land of Canaan had changed considerably, and it would undergo even more transformations in the centuries to come. But that's a story for another time.
Ready to level up your Python workflows? PyCharm, the only Python IDE you need, built for data, machine learning, and AI professionals. Code smarter, ship faster, with Junie, our smart coding agent, and AI tools right in your
Like most cities of the Levant, Sidon has a very long history. It all likely started in the 4th millennium BC. During that time, the site that would become Sidon was little more than a fishing village, but its residents produced some fine clay pottery, traces of which, or at least a similar style, have been found throughout parts of southern Lebanon and northern Israel. We first hear mention of the name Sidon, or Sidun, as it's called in the ancient Canaanite language, in Akkadian sources from around 2200 BC. These, though, tell us almost nothing about the city other than the fact that it existed. There is evidence of at least correspondence between Sidon and at least the government of the kings of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, since Neo-Sumerian seals have been discovered there. However, it's Sidon's relationship with Egypt that is much better attested to in both textual sources and the archaeological record. Like their Canaanite neighbors in Byblos and Tyre, the Sidonians, as the residents of Sidon are called, were a seafaring people who interacted and traded with the various inhabitants of the eastern Mediterranean world, including the Egyptians. While the relationship between the two, at least initially, was primarily a commercial one, during the Late Bronze Age, Sidon was taken over by the pharaohs of Egypt's New Kingdom and turned into a vassal state. The city is mentioned several times in the famous Amarna letters of the 14th century BC. In those, Sidon serves as one of the pharaoh's many vassal states, whose leaders are often caught up in the rather petty regional politics of the day. It's not hard to see why the Egyptians and others wanted to control cities such as Sidon. It and its closest neighbors had become the most prosperous cities in the eastern Mediterranean, with all sorts of goods and resources passing through their ports, including silver, timber, olives, precious stones, marble, textiles, and a purplish red dye that would later become popular throughout the Greek-speaking world. Many scholars also believe that the Sidonians may have been the first of the Phoenician cities to have had trade contacts with the Greek-speaking world. Homer even mentions in the Iliad how Prince Paris of Troy brought back elaborately decorated robes from the land of Sidon. The accuracy of Homer's account can't be verified, but archaeological evidence seems to confirm trade contacts between Sidon and the Mycenaean Greek and Aegean world. Regardless, the city was known in antiquity for having some of the best metalsmiths and weavers in the eastern Mediterranean.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works.
As Sidon's prosperity grew, so too did its rivalry with nearby Tyre. In letters to the pharaoh, a prince of Tyre, Abimilki, constantly accused the rulers of Sidon of treachery against the Egyptian crown. He wrote, "Zimreda, the ruler of the city of Sidon, has written daily to the rebel Aziru, son of Abdi Ashurtu, concerning every word that he has heard from the land of Egypt. The one who has raided the land of the king is the king of Sidon." Sidon remained a part of Egypt's empire in Canaan until the fateful Late Bronze Age collapse around 1175 BC, which saw the end of Egyptian domination in the region. While most areas of the Levant seem to have succumbed to the roving bands of migrants, collectively dubbed the Sea Peoples by scholars, Phoenician cities such as Sidon and its neighbors, Tyre and Byblos, survived without any destruction. The exact reasons for this aren't known, but one theory is that such cities, which had been wealthy trade hubs for centuries, simply may have paid off the Sea Peoples to leave them alone. With Egypt out of the picture, the wealth and commercial influence of cities such as Sidon attracted the attention of the newest growing power in the region, Assyria. Not even a century after the Late Bronze Age collapse, the Assyrian king, Tiglath-Pileser I, made his way to Sidon around 1100 BC, and, along with nearby Byblos and Arvad, added the city to Assyria's list of tributary states. However, the Assyrian incursion into the area didn't last long, and the Sidonians stopped sending tribute to Assyria shortly after the end of Tiglath-Pileser's reign in 1076 BC. Sidon and the Phoenician city-states came under Assyrian domination for a second time during the reign of the powerful king Ashurnasirpal II between 883 to 859 BC. His annals record large amounts of tribute from Sidon and other Phoenician cities. It was an uneasy relationship, to say the least, and throughout the next century, the Sidonians and others in the Levant constantly rebelled against their Assyrian overlords. Sidon was the focus of a number of military campaigns by later Assyrian kings, including Sennacherib in 704 BC, who reconquered and then replaced Sidon's king. In one of his inscriptions, Sennacherib tells us, "Luli, king of Sidon, with the terror-inspiring glamour of my lordship had overwhelmed, fled far overseas and perished. The awe-inspiring splendor of the weapon of Ashur, my lord, overwhelmed his strong cities, such as Great Sidon and Little Sidon. I installed Ethbaal upon the throne to be their king, and imposed upon him tribute due to me as his overlord to be paid annually without interruption." And yet, the Sidonians would still not submit, and so Sennacherib's son and successor, Esarhaddon, decided to put an end to the city's ability to rebel once and for all by not only destroying much of it and beheading its king, Abdi-Milkuti, but also by deporting most of its population to other parts of the Assyrian Empire and replacing them with new settlers from the east. Gradually, what had been destroyed in Sidon was rebuilt, and the city began to prosper once again, especially after the fall of the Assyrian Empire in 610 BC. However, in its ashes came the Neo-Babylonian Empire, whose most powerful king, Nebuchadnezzar II, conquered the city, much like Sennacherib had, and exiled a portion of its population to Babylonia. The city itself, though, was largely spared, since it was useful as one of Babylon's few ports with access to the Mediterranean Sea. In 539 BC, Sidon was absorbed into the empire of the Achaemenid Persian king Cyrus the Great after his conquest of Babylon. Unlike Assyrian and Babylonian rule, the Achaemenids had a rather hands-off approach when it came to running the city. The territory under the city's jurisdiction was also expanded. Some have made the case that Sidon received such preferential treatment because the Persians needed their ships and contacts with the Egyptians for their invasion of Egypt that took place under Cyrus's successor, Cambyses II, in 526 BC. Along with other Phoenician cities, Sidon's navy was instrumental in the Persian king Xerxes' invasion of Greece in 480 BC, which ultimately ended in disaster. For the next 137 years, Sidon remained seemingly loyal to the Persian crown, but in 343 BC, all hell broke loose. According to the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, Sidon, along with other cities in the region, rebelled against the Persian king, Artaxerxes III. Though Tyre and Arvad were also involved, and it seems that the Egyptians may have instigated and aided the revolt, it was Sidon's king, Tenes, who acted as the rebellion's ringleader. Though initially he had some success, Tenes grew afraid when he heard that Artaxerxes was sending a force of perhaps 300,000 men, along with 300 ships, to subdue his rebellion. The actual number was probably far less, but whatever it may have been, it was enough for Tenes to write a letter to the great king of Persia with an offer to surrender if his life and the city of Sidon would be spared. Diodorus says that Artaxerxes accepted the offer, but had Tenes killed and Sidon burned anyway. After hearing what had happened in Sidon, Tyre and Arvad surrendered without a fight and resubmitted to Persian rule, under which they remained until 332 BC, when Alexander of Macedon, better known as Alexander the Great, came to Phoenicia. The historian Arrian writes that the Sidonians surrendered their city to the Macedonian conqueror without a fight. During the Hellenistic era and the wars that followed between Alexander's successors, Sidon was ruled at times by both the Ptolemaic and Seleucid dynasties. Despite the back and forth between which dynasty ruled over the city, Sidon became extremely prosperous during the Hellenistic era and world famous for its glassware. Other important and famous works from this period include the Alexander sarcophagus, the Lycian tomb, and the sarcophagus of the crying women. In 64 BC, the city was brought into the Roman Republic by the great general Pompey, who granted Sidon a considerable degree of autonomy. During the days of the Roman Empire, Sidon reached new heights of prosperity, but by then, its Canaanite Phoenician identity had all but vanished.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stops...
Like Sidon and Byblos, Tyre is a Canaanite or Phoenician city. The term Phoenician was used by the Greeks when referring to the Canaanite peoples they interacted with and who primarily lived in cities along the central coast of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. In comparison to Sidon and Byblos, Tyre was established much later, and although some scholars believe there are references to the settlement in tablets from the archives of Ebla dating to about 2700 BC, this hasn't definitively been confirmed. It's actually not until the late Bronze Age, around 1500 BC, that the city appears in texts from Ugarit and Egypt. The ancient political entity that we know of as Tyre was actually made up of two components: the city of Tyre itself, which was on an island just 2 kilometers off the coast of Canaan, and another part on the mainland itself called Usha, which supplied Tyre with food and resources. The Egyptians called Tyre Suru, and during the New Kingdom era, the city was one of Egypt's most important vassal states in the Levant. It was also one of the wealthiest. Tyre appears several times in the well-known collection of diplomatic correspondence known as the Amarna letters. In one such letter, the city's then ruler or prince, Abi-Milki, writes to Pharaoh Amenhotep IV, better known as Akhenaten, to inform him of the alleged disloyalty of Egypt's other Canaanite vassals, most notably the ruler of Sidon, Zimreda. We actually briefly met both Abu-Milki and Zimreda in the previous program on Sidon. According to Abi-Milki, Sidon had not only sent men to cut off the city's food and water supply from Usha on the mainland, but also planned to attack Tyre with the help from warlords associated with Abdi-Asherta and his son, Aziru, the mafia boss or pirate rulers who controlled the relatively lawless land of Amuru to the north. In one of his letters to the pharaoh, Abi-Milki tells him the following: "Furthermore, since the departure of the troops of the king, my lord, from me, the ruler of the city of Sidon does not let me or my men go down to the land to take wood supplies or to take water for drinking. He killed one man, and he took another. 80 shekels, tax for my men, Zimreda, the ruler of the city of Sidon, and the criminal, Aziru, have taken." Though Sidon and the warlords of Amuru proved to be Tyre's great regional rivals, the relationship with Byblos was generally a much more cordial one. In fact, Its longtime ruler, Ribhada, was related, at least through marriage, though some also say by blood, to the ruler and prince of Tyre, though whether or not this individual was Abimelki can't be confirmed. What we do know from Ribhada's letters to Akhenaten is that things got so bad in Tyre that its people, supposedly instigated by Abdiasherta, murdered their ruler, who was also married to Ribhada's sister. The letter from Ribhada outlining this incident goes as follows. I made a marriage alliance with the city of Tyre. They were in good relations with me. Behold, they killed their city ruler with my sister and her children. I had sent the daughters of my sister to Tyre, away from Abdiasherta, and they killed him with my sister and his house. Tyre ended up surviving the political instability of the Amarna period, as well as attacks from Hittite forces that sought to wrestle control of the region from Egypt. The city remained a vassal of Egypt until the end of the events of the Late Bronze Age collapse. Like Sidon and Byblos, the city seems to have remained unharmed during a time when most other major cities in the eastern Mediterranean were being devastated by the roving bands of migrants and marauders that historians conveniently call the Sea Peoples. In fact, after the Bronze Age and into the early Iron Age, Tyre outshined cities such as Sidon to become the most prosperous and influential of all the Phoenician cities. By 900 BC, it had trading links and colonies on the nearby island of Cyprus, and was sending ships to explore and trade with the peoples of northern Africa, Sicily, southern France, and Spain, just to name a few. In many of these places, the Tyrians set up trading posts, if not full-fledged colonies, the most famous of which was Carthage, today on the coast of Tunisia. Despite Tyre's success and fame, politically, it and other Phoenician cities were subservient to Assyria after the 8th century BC.
This game, you're not ready for it.
The Neo-Assyrian kings, though, didn't want to interrupt the lucrative trade that cities such as Tyre engaged in so well, especially since now they benefited from it. And so, as long as the rulers of Tyre accepted Assyrian overlordship and paid the required tribute demanded of them, they were granted a good deal of autonomy relative to other areas under Assyrian control. However, any refusal to meet their tribute obligations or attempts to resist Assyrian authority was met with harsh punishments, including the deportation of the local population elsewhere. For the most part, the Tyrians were too busy making money to join the rebellions of their neighbors, and the tribute that they did offer to the Assyrians was sporadic and not too overbearing. But around 700 BC, when the Assyrian king Sennacherib changed the rules and demanded regular annual tribute, Tyre, along with other Phoenician cities, rebelled in full force. Sennacherib took Usha, but left the island of Tyre alone, since taking it over would have required a significant number of men that were needed to subdue rebellions elsewhere, such as in Lachish and Jerusalem. Still, war was bad for business, and though Tyre could rely somewhat on its overseas colonies and trading posts for support, being cut off from the mainland, especially Usha, substantially hurt the city economically. And so, Tyre's ruler, a king named Baal, made a treaty with Sennacherib's son and successor, Esarhaddon. In it, King Baal had to acknowledge that he was Esarhaddon's and Assyria's loyal servant, but in return, he was given control of several ports, including Byblos, Akko, and Dor. Perhaps Baal's dignity was worth more to him than these lands, because eventually he broke his oath of fealty to Esarhaddon and joined forces with Egypt and its Kushite pharaoh, Taharka, to oust the Assyrians from the region. Baal's betrayal was noted by Esarhaddon in an inscription. In the course of my campaign, I set up fortifications against Baal, the king of Tyre, who trusted his friend Taharka, the king of Cush, and kept answering me with insolence. I cut off the supply of food and water that sustained their lives. But the coalition proved no match for the Assyrian army, and eventually Esarhaddon defeated all of his rivals by not only subduing the Phoenician coast, but also marching into Egypt and conquering it. Another one of his inscriptions states, "I conquered Tyre, which is in the midst of the sea, and took away all of the cities and possessions of Baal, its king, who had trusted in Taharka, king of Cush." Whether or not Esarhaddon actually conquered the island of Tyre is debated, because just a few years later, under Assyria's next king, Ashurbanipal, the city rebelled yet again under the same king, Baal. This time, though, the Assyrians seem to not only have cut off Tyre by land, but blockaded it by sea as well. Baal offered his allegiance to Ashurbanipal and Assyria yet again, and this time it might have been for good. In an inscription, Ashurbanipal tells us his side of the story. "In my third campaign, I marched against Baal, king of Tyre, who lives on an island amidst the sea, because he did not heed my royal order, did not listen to my personal commands. I surrounded him with redoubts, seized his communications on sea and land. I thus intercepted and made scarce their food supply, and forced them to submit to my yoke. He brought his own daughter and the daughters of his brothers before me to do menial services. At the same time, he brought his son, Iyahi Milki, who had not yet crossed the sea, to greet me as my slave. I had mercy upon him, and returned him the son, the offspring of his loins." When the Neo-Assyrian Empire finally fell around 610 BC, most, if not all of its former territories in the Levant were taken over by the Neo-Babylonian Empire. According to the historian Josephus, Tyre withstood the assaults of the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II for 13 years. Eventually, the two sides came to an agreement whereby Tyre would be given some autonomy and be ruled by its own kings in exchange for the Tyrians providing ships for the Babylonian navy. When in 539 BC, the Persian king, Cyrus the Great, conquered the Neo-Babylonian Empire's capital of Babylon, Tyre and the other Phoenician cities became part of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. For the most part, the people of Tyre remained loyal to the Persian King of Kings.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore. And it works? Oh, like you wouldn't believe it. My team puts in their availability, I click auto schedule, and boom, there it goes. No more Excel, no more phone calls, no more group chats. Oh. Perfect schedule, like that.
Damn, so all you gotta do is post it.
Yeah, my team loves that it's just one app, so they see their shifts, they can approve it, and I know it's covered.
But wait, what if there's like a last minute change? I mean, that's the afternoon gone, right?
So in that case, I just blast a shift for my team to claim. Everyone sees it, and I just assign the first one to pick it up. It literally takes 2 minutes. I'm telling you, it's all in the app. So they clock in. I can see who's working, who's late in real time, and their hours.
The Tyrian navy also provided ships for nearly all of Persia's campaigns against Greece and other parts of the Mediterranean, the one exception being during the reign of Cambyses II. According to Herodotus, Cambyses wanted to launch a campaign against the Carthaginians, but since Carthage had been founded by settlers from Tyre, the Tyrians refused. According to the ancient historian Diodorus Siculus, Tyre was part of a rebellion during the reign of Artaxerxes III, but resolutely stepped back into the Achaemenid fold once Sidon, whose king was the revolt's leader, was brutally suppressed. Tragedy struck Tyre in 332 BC when Alexander of Macedonia came to Phoenicia. The historian Arrian tells us, "Thence he proceeded towards Tyre, and on the way Tyrian envoys met him, sent by the community to say that Tyre had decided to accept Alexander's orders. However, when Alexander wished to offer a sacrifice to Heracles,
yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep a round in the weapon. Blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the goddess. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man. Wanna put out my flame. They don't know nice is eternal. Now I got nice light in front of. They're trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep a round in the weapon. Blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the goddess. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is